What if the gods aren't as divine as we've been led to believe? What if they're just capricious kids in a cosmic playground, tossing mortals like rag dolls in their games of fate? Welcome to Uruk, where gods and men dance on the edge of madness. Here, Gilgamesh reigns, a king so mighty that his ego could fuel 1,000 wildfires, yet so haunted that even shadows whisper his name in fear. You think your life is complicated? Picture this, a demigod, part man, part legend, grappling with his own mortality while prowling the streets of a city that pulses with secrets. Every brick has a story, every alley a ghost. When he's not busy constructing grand walls to keep out the chaos of the world, he's wrestling with existential dread and the realization that immortality is a luxury few can afford. What's the point of kingship if fate owns the final say? Just when the weight of endless conquests threatens to crush him, the gods throw a wrench into his plans, a wild creature named Enkidu. A beast forged from the earth, with hair like a lion's mane and a heart beating as fiercely as Gilgamesh's own. You think your friendships are complicated? Try navigating a bond with a wild man who doesn't just challenge your authority but tears apart the very fabric of your existence. Together, they plunge into the depths of friendship, betrayal, and the grim realization that every act of defiance against the gods comes with a steep price. But hold on, what's that ominous rumble in the distance? The epic tale twists and turns like a serpent, revealing the stark truth: the gods are not mere observers, they're manipulators, pulling strings like puppeteers in a macabre theater. When Enkidu falls, the world shatters. Gilgamesh's grief becomes a tempest, and the quest for immortality morphs into a feverish obsession. He will face ancient monsters, cross treacherous waters, and confront the very essence of life and death. And what do the gods think of this? They watch, amused, like children who've just discovered that they can truly play with fire. What happens when the ultimate question hangs in the air like a sharpened blade? Is life worth living if it's fleeting? The tension snaps like a taut bow, and the stakes rise to staggering heights. With every step, the anxiety grows. Will he find the secret to eternal life, or will he simply become another whisper in the wind? As Gilgamesh battles through landscapes drenched in surreal horror and dark humor, one question echoes louder than the clash of swords and the cries of the fallen: what does it mean to be truly human when you're chasing a shadow? Buckle up, this is not just an epic, it's a high-stakes showdown where divinity meets mortality, and the answers are cloaked in darkness, waiting to ensnare anyone daring enough to seek them. Your journey through this labyrinth of myth and madness has just begun. Will you face the abyss, or will it consume you whole? In the heart of Uruk, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unspoken dread, the night trembled. A distant howl echoed through the darkness, a voice from the void, and every soul felt it, a primal fear that clutched at the throat like a noose. I stood on the battlements, my heart racing, the weight of the city pressing down on my shoulders. Gilgamesh, the king, my king, was a force of nature, and tonight, he would face a monster born of nightmares. I remember the way the moon hung low, a ghostly witness to our impending doom, casting shadows that danced like phantoms around us. The wind whispered secrets, chilling and sharp, as if it knew of the storm brewing inside him. There he was, an embodiment of chaos and creation, his eyes blazing with a fire that could melt stone. But beneath that bravado, I saw the cracks, the chinks in his armor. He was not invincible, he was a tempest cloaked in flesh, and the tempest was scared. Enkidu, he called, his voice a roar against the silence, trembling with a mixture of fury and despair. Do you feel it? The weight of our fate. I stepped closer, the world swirling around us. I feel you, Gilgamesh. But this battle, it's not just with the beast. It's with yourself. He laughed, a sound so wild it echoed off the city walls. Self? What is self but an illusion? I am king. I am God. I am, his voice cracked, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed the boy he used to be, the one who played in the fields, who knew laughter before the crown weighed heavy on his brow. But this beast, it haunts me. It taunts me. The moonlight flickered, reflecting the turmoil within him. I wanted to reach out, to hold him, to remind him of the strength we forged together in the wilderness, where the world was raw and unrefined. But I knew the truth, the fear had taken root, entwined with his desire for immortality. the beast was not the only monster lurking in the shadows. "Gilgamesh, listen to me," I urged, my voice steady, each word a stone thrown into the depths of his turmoil. "The creature may be formidable, but it is your heart that must face the greatest battle. You cannot conquer death without confronting your own fears." In his eyes, I saw a flicker of recognition, a spark of understanding, but it vanished like smoke in the night. "I refuse to be a mere shadow in the annals of time, Enkidu. I will carve my name into the stars, even if it means slaying the embodiment of darkness." The air crackled with tension, electric and alive. I wanted to scream, to shake him back to reality, but the moment hung heavy between us, a fragile thread. "But at what cost?" "Your soul? Your humanity." "Humanity," he muttered, almost to himself, as though the very word were poison on his tongue. "What does it matter when the gods have cast us into this hell?" I could feel the walls closing in, a claustrophobic sense of inevitability wrapping around my heart. The ground beneath us trembled, as if urging us to move, to act, to flee, to face the monster before it swallowed us whole. In the silence that followed, time stretched and warped, a cosmic joke. The stars blinked above, indifferent to our struggles, while the shadows whispered tales of despair, of hubris, of the gods watching from their celestial thrones, amused by our plight. Suddenly, the earth roared like a waking beast, a fierce growl that sent shockwaves through my bones. Gilgamesh turned, muscles tense, eyes blazing with determination. "This is it, Enkidu. Whatever it takes." I couldn't help but admire him, that fierce spirit of his, aflame against the encroaching darkness. But beneath the bravado lay a raw vulnerability, an ache for connection, for meaning, for something greater than himself. "Yes, but remember," I whispered, "the monster within can be as deadly as the one without." And at that moment, the great bull of heaven descended, a creature born of wrath and despair, its eyes burning with the fury of the gods themselves. My heart raced, a drum echoing in my chest, as Gilgamesh moved to confront it, every step a testament to his resolve. But then, just as quickly, doubt flickered in his gaze. Memories of his mortality danced at the edges of his mind, taunting him with the fragility of life. I could see it, a moment of hesitation, a glimpse into the abyss of his own fears, and in that instant, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. "Fight, Gilgamesh!" I shouted, the words bursting forth like fire from my lungs. "You are more than a king, you are a part of this world. Embrace that!" And then, as if summoned by the very pulse of life itself, he surged forward, a storm unleashed upon the beast. The clash of flesh against flesh echoed through the valley, a savage rhythm that reverberated in my bones. The ground shook beneath us, a reminder that we were all part of this cosmic dance of life and death, light and dark. I watched, breathless, as he struck and parried, each blow a testament to his struggle not just against the beast, but against the void within. And in that maelstrom of fury and desperation, I saw the truth: victory would not come from slaying the creature alone, but from accepting the chaos that lay within him. As the battle raged, I could feel the chilling hand of fate tightening its grip, intertwining our destinies like vines in a merciless storm. I raised my voice, a lifeline thrown into the tempest. "Remember, Gilgamesh, you are not alone. We stand together." And my heart pounded, each beat a reminder of the love that bound us, a force stronger than any monster lurking in the shadows. The night was alive with danger, but it was also alive with hope, and as the struggle unfolded, I knew this moment would echo through eternity, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The battle continued, fierce and relentless, the echoes of our struggle rising into the heavens, bidding the stars to bear witness to our humanity. The line between life and death blurred in the darkness, and I knew we were forever intertwined, caught in a cycle of creation and destruction, an endless loop, an eternal story waiting to be told. The air crackled with tension, an electric charge humming beneath the surface of a restless crowd. Uruk throbbed like a wounded beast, its towering walls soaring against the twilight sky, each brick a testament to dreams and despairs, stories embedded in their very essence. The sun dipped low, bleeding crimson into the horizon, casting long shadows that danced mockingly across the cobblestone streets. The streets, once bustling with laughter and trade, now echoed with hushed whispers, a sound both haunting and familiar. Fear gripped the heart of this ancient city like a vice. How many more must fall before dawn? I thought, my pulse quickening, a drumbeat of dread. I could feel the weight of loss pressing down on me, each name, each face haunting my thoughts like a spectre. There had been too many. I was one of the few left who remembered, yet memories felt as fragile as the sunset's light, slipping away at the first hint of darkness. My hands clenched into fists at my sides, fingers digging into palms, grounding me as the cries of the marketplace faded into an eerie silence. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the alleyways, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and despair. There he stood, Inanna's chosen, a man wrapped in shadows. His eyes, twin pools of sorrow, met mine, and for a moment, the world around us collapsed into nothingness. "Is it too late for redemption?" he asked, voice barely more than a whisper, yet it vibrated through me as if he were striking the very core of my being. I could see it in his gaze, an eternal struggle, a heart torn between duty and desire. We were both trapped, marionettes pulled by the strings of fate, tangled in the ambition that had birthed this city, this monster that thrived on dreams, yet devoured its children whole. Redemption? I echoed, laughter tinged with bitterness. You think the gods care about redemption when they've set us up as pawns in their cruel game? My heart raced with the truth of it. Uruk, a labyrinth of glory and ruin, was alive, yet it was a beast hungry for sacrifice. The ziggurat loomed behind us, a sentinel of despair, its steps worn from the many who had climbed in search of favor, only to find the void waiting at the top. "Look at what we've built," he said, gesturing wildly, his frustration peeling back layers of his carefully constructed facade. "Look at how they pray to us, to the walls, to the towers. They think we are gods." His anger shimmered, a flame flickering against the encroaching dark. I could understand it, the thirst for power, the intoxicating pull of reverence that kept him tethered to this place. Yet as I gazed at the towering walls, I saw the cracks, the fissures, the signs of decay that hinted at the truth buried deep. The night was coming, and it would bring with it the reckoning we could not escape. The ghosts of the past hovered just out of sight, their whispers slithering through the streets, reminding us of what we had lost: innocence, hope, dreams that had turned to ash. I closed my eyes, remembering the laughter of children, the warmth of a sun that had not yet set on our joys. "They bathe once a year, you know," I said, a grim smile teasing my lips, "so romance is earthy." The irony cut through the tension, a brief respite from the chaos looming just beyond our vision. But the humor was a fragile mask, cracking under the weight of our reality. "Earthy," he scoffed, shaking his head. "We are but shadows in our own lives, you and I. We think we can carve our names into stone, but it's the dust that remembers." His voice cracked, and I saw the raw pain etched upon his face, his dreams, once bright and vivid, now flickering like a dying ember. "You're wrong," I whispered. "It's not the dust that remembers. It's the walls. They remember every scream, every prayer left unanswered. They bear witness to our sins, but they do not judge. They just are." A distant shout shattered the silence, shivers racing down my spine as the conflict erupted, a riot, the desperate grasp of a people on the brink of madness. My heart pounded, each beat echoing in the chaos, reminding me of the urgency of the moment. We were standing on the precipice of something monumental, and the weight of our choices threatened to swallow us whole. I turned to face the heart of Uruk, its grandeur and despair mingling like wine and water. The great temples loomed overhead, their stone facades glimmering under the fading light, a false promise of safety. Around us, the voices rose in a crescendo, a tragic song of defiance and desperation. The city breathed, each inhalation laced with the desperation of souls seeking solace. And then everything shifted, the air thickened, the shadows deepened, and suddenly we were no longer just two men lost in a city of gods, we were the last remnants of a dying dream, caught in a dance with fate. I could feel it, the invisible strings tugging us toward a confrontation we could not avoid. The ground beneath us trembled, and in that moment, I knew the shadows were watching, waiting for our next move. "Will you stand with me?" he asked, his voice low, almost an invocation. I met his gaze, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of hope, an ember fighting against the dark. My heart surged, each pulse a reminder of our shared humanity, the bonds that tied us to one another and to this city, no matter how flawed. I declared, though I could hear the tremor in my own voice. The moment hung there, suspended in time, each heartbeat an echo of the past and a promise for what was to come. Uruk was awakening, the beast roused by our resolve, its walls whispering secrets we had yet to uncover. Together, we stepped into the chaos, the city's breath mingling with our own, a storm of dreams and nightmares, shadows and light. And as we moved forward, I realized the truth. Uruk was not just a city, it was a living testament to the struggles of the heart, a place where our flaws and desires collided, forging us into something beautiful, yet terrifying. Each heartbeat echoed louder, each breath heavier with anticipation, propelling us into the unknown, where the past and future entwined in an eternal dance. Night hangs heavy over Uruk, a shroud of darkness thick enough to strangle the cries of the people. The moon, a sickly pale eye, casts eerie shadows that dance over the cracked stones of the streets. I stand there, heart pounding, pulse racing, throbbing with the shared terror of 1,000 souls. This is no ordinary night, it is a night marked by desperation, where the air feels electric and every breath is laced with fear. The sound of a distant wailing pierces the silence, a reminder that tyranny wears many faces, and tonight it wears the face of Gilgamesh. I remember when he was more than just a king, he was a legend spun from the very fabric of our dreams. A figure of strength, a protector. But those dreams twisted, warped into something grotesque. I see him now, a towering shadow, cloaked in arrogance and power, walking the halls of his palace as if they were the very veins of the city. He revels in the chaos he creates, a mad jester in a crown of gold. Each step he takes sends ripples of dread through the hearts of his people. The crowd gathers in hushed whispers, a sea of anxious faces illuminated by flickering torches. I spot Enkidu among them, a wild man carved from nature, fierce and unyielding, yet softened by a heart that beats for his friend. My heart twists for him. Once a beast of the wilderness, now burdened by the shackles of Gilgamesh's tyranny. He was meant to be a savior, I think, not a pawn. I remember their bond, forged in fire and battle, but now it feels like a chain, binding Enkidu to a king who feasts on fear. Do you hear them? Enkidu's voice cuts through the murmur, raw and trembling. The cries for mercy. He looks at me, eyes wide and searching, as if he can read the depth of my despair. They want to be free, yet Gilgamesh tightens his grip. We are trapped in a nightmare, and every dawn feels like a betrayal. I want to scream, to shake him from this sense of helplessness, but the words freeze on my lips. I remember the tales of heroes, yet here we are, left to suffer under a tyrant's whims. I think about the nights when we would gather under the stars, dreaming of a world where justice reigned. But those stars feel distant now, obscured by clouds of tyranny. We must confront him, I whisper, a desperate plea that hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. Enkidu's brow furrows, a flicker of defiance sparking in his eyes. You know what he does to those who oppose him. What does a king do when he has tasted power? He devours everything in his path. Gilgamesh has taken our daughters, our laughter, even our dreams. The festival of love has turned into a mockery, a grim parade where the king chooses and discards, leaving broken hearts in his wake. They bathed once a year, I mutter, bitter laughter bubbling up. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the humor dies in my throat as I see the pain etched on Enkidu's face. This isn't a joke, is it? He whispers, each word dripping with sorrow. As if summoned by our torment, Gilgamesh strides into view, the very embodiment of power and terror. He radiates an unsettling confidence, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as if he knows the secrets of the universe. Tremble before me, he bellows, and the ground shudders beneath us. Those words, heavy, oppressive, sink into the hearts of the gathered crowd like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of anxiety through every soul present. I watch as some shrink back, eyes wide, while others glare defiantly, refusing to bow to his malevolence. Their bravery is a thin thread, stretched taut, wavering on the brink of snapping. I feel Enkidu's presence beside me, solid and fierce. We cannot allow this to continue, he says, voice low but unwavering. For every life he destroys, we owe it to them to fight back. My heart clenches, I see the fire in his eyes, the fight that refuses to be extinguished. Yet, I also see the shadow of doubt creeping in, whispering that it might be futile. But what if we fail? I ask, the words barely escaping my lips. Enkidu turns to me, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. We will be the voice for those who cannot speak, he declares, and I want to believe him, so desperately. In the distance, a clock tower chimes, marking the hour of fate. Each peal ricochets through my bones, a reminder that time slips through our fingers like sand. Time to confront the shadow, I murmur under my breath, a mantra against the dread that threatens to swallow us whole. The people shift, a collective breath held. I remember the stories of old, where heroes rose against tyrants. But here, under Gilgamesh's gaze, we feel more like ghosts, haunted by our own despair. With a surge of resolve, Enkidu steps forward, shoulders squared, a warrior reborn. Gilgamesh, he bellows, voice cracking like thunder across the night sky. The king's smirk falters, surprise flickering across his face. For a heartbeat, the world holds its breath, the very air electric. We will not be your pawns any longer. Each word echoes with defiance, stirring something deep within the crowd. The tension shifts, a palpable force, and I feel the energy throbbing through the mass of bodies. This is the moment, raw and electric, a cusp of change. But as I glance at Gilgamesh, I see the transformation, the shift from amusement to cold fury. The shadows lengthen, and I know, this is where our torment truly begins. The intensity thickens, and I feel the crowd's pulse quicken, racing alongside my own. Gilgamesh's laughter echoes ominously, a dark melody that chills the bone. You dare defy me, he snarls, and it is more than a question, it is a declaration of war. Enkidu's courage stands tall, but the fear slicing through the air feels sharp enough to cut flesh. In this moment, every heartbeat echoes like a war drum, every breath filled with a tension that makes the skin crawl. The ghosts of our dreams swirl around us, whispering promises of freedom while the specter of tyranny looms large. We will fight, I vow silently, though uncertainty gnaws at the edges of my mind. As the confrontation edges closer, the night feels charged with a promise of chaos, of change, of shadows colliding, and I wonder if we are ready for what lies ahead. The stage is set, a clash of titans looming, and as my heart races, I realize this moment is just the beginning. The night is far from over, and in its depths, we will either find our light or be consumed by the darkness. Fear and hope battle within me, a tempest of emotions that propels me forward into the unknown. The dread and excitement coalesce into a single truth: we stand at the precipice of something monumental, and I can feel the world teetering on the edge, waiting for the fall. The night was thick with a silence that screamed louder than 1,000 battles. Stars twinkled overhead like the watchful eyes of forgotten gods, but down below, the city of Uruk throbbed with the heartbeat of its king, a heartbeat that drowned out the whispers of the shadows. I remember the moment when I stood at the edge of the walls, staring down into the abyss of my own heritage, the blood of the divine coursing through my veins like fire, igniting an insatiable hunger within me. Gilgamesh, I am he. 2/3 divine, 1/3 human. A mixture of light and darkness, strength and frailty, glory and shame. I could feel the weight of my lineage pressing down on me, each pulse of my heart echoing the burden of expectations. I am a king. I am a god. Yet here I stand, trembling in the face of my own mortality, grappling with the terrifying knowledge that I am both exalted and damned. The moon hung high, a silver orb illuminating my fears, casting elongated shadows that danced along the cobblestones. It was in this eerie glow that I saw him, my friend, my equal, my closest companion. Enkidu, a wild man born from the earth, sculpted by the gods to be my equal. His presence was a comforting balm against the storm of my thoughts, yet I could sense his own turmoil bubbling beneath his strong exterior. He stood beside me, a giant framed against the night, his eyes filled with a mix of admiration and dread. What burdens you, Gilgamesh? The people love you, yet you carry the weight of their expectations as if it were an iron yoke. I am not the king they believe me to be, Enkidu. My voice trembled, raw and exposed. I am a child of the gods, but I am still bound by this flesh. I can feel the divine spark within me, but it is constantly at war with the man who walks these streets, who breathes the air of mortality. And what am I to do with this legacy, this divine heritage? How can I be both cruel and kind, a tyrant and a savior? Enkidu's hand brushed against my shoulder, a grounding force in a whirlwind of confusion. You are not alone, Gilgamesh. We are woven together in this tapestry of life. Your lineage does not define you, your choices do. But even in his words of comfort, I could hear the unspoken truth, the fear that our shared fate could lead us down a path from which there was no return. As the night thickened, a chill crept upon us, a ghostly presence whispering warnings of the trials ahead. The darkness was not just a void, it was alive, pulsing with shadows that echoed the chaos of our souls. I felt the tug of destiny pulling me toward the unknown, toward the confrontation that awaited us. I could sense the weight of my lineage bearing down, the eyes of the gods upon me, watching, waiting. Memories flickered like dying embers. I remembered the stories of my mother, a goddess of beauty and war, her laughter ringing like chimes in the air, and her fierce gaze that promised both love and wrath. I remembered the stories spun by the old men in the taverns, tales of my strength, my invincibility, but those tales were laced with a shadow of fear. They whispered of a king who could shake the very foundations of the earth, but also a king doomed to face the wrath of the heavens. I remember the day you were born, Enkidu said quietly, his voice reverberating through the silence. The skies wept, and the earth trembled. You were destined for greatness, but you must remember, greatness comes at a cost. Your blood carries the weight of the divine, but it also carries the weight of your choices. His words struck me like a hammer against iron. I could feel the pulse of my ancestry, the gods, the spirits, the echoes of the past crashing against my consciousness like waves against a cliff. I was alive with their stories, yet haunted by the specter of my own potential for destruction. And then came the moment, the echo of fate. The ground shook beneath our feet. A cry pierced the night, a warning that something ancient and terrible was awakening. Enkidu and I exchanged a glance, a silent understanding that this was it, the reckoning we could no longer avoid. We were on the precipice of something monumental, something that would test the very fabric of our souls. Together, we face whatever comes, Enkidu declared, his voice fierce like a lion's roar. You may be 2/3 divine, but I am your brother. 1/3 human. And together, we will face the gods themselves if we must. In that moment, my heart thundered in my chest, a war drum calling me to battle. My lineage surged through me, intertwining with my human doubts and fears, forging a steel resolve. The city of Uruk lay before us, a realm of dreams and nightmares, a place where the shadows of our past would collide with the light of our future. But within me lingered the question, was I destined to be a hero or a monster? As we stood at the edge of the abyss, the dark waters of fate swirling below like an unseen predator, I realized that the answer lay not in the blood that coursed through my veins, but in the choices I would make in the moments to come. I could feel the pulse of the universe, the rhythm of time itself guiding us toward a confrontation that would define us. The air crackled with electricity, a promise of what was yet to come. And as we took our first step forward into the unknown, I felt the shadows swirl around us, whispering the tales of my lineage, the weight of my divine heritage bearing down like a heavy shroud. The choices loom ahead, the confrontation inevitable. The terrors of our divine blood and the fires of our human hearts intertwining, as I became aware of the true battle, within and without. The echoes of destiny called us forward, and I felt the grip of the cosmos tightening around us, holding us in a relentless embrace, plunging us deeper into the storm that awaited. The air in Uruk was thick, saturated with a fear that clung to the skin like a damp cloak. A woman stood in the shadows of the grand ziggurat, her heart pounding with dread. The moon cast its pale light, illuminating her tear-streaked face, a blend of desperation and rage. She could hear the distant laughter of the nobles, echoed by the heavy sound of men drinking and boasting, voices rich with arrogance and privilege. They toasted to Gilgamesh, their king, while the city groaned beneath the weight of his tyranny. I remember when we were free, she whispered to the night, her voice trembling. I remember when our children played without fear of his wrath. Each word dripped with sorrow, a prayer cast into the void. A plea for the gods who had turned a blind eye. Did they not hear the cries of the oppressed? Did they not feel the sharp edges of broken dreams? As she moved closer to the temple, shadows flickered and danced, as if mocking her plight. She could not be alone in this. She looked around, searching for others like her, those who bore the heavy burden of Gilgamesh's rule. They were there, gathered in hushed corners, their faces a tapestry of anguish and unspoken fury. A battered old man, his hands gnarled like twisted roots, stepped forward. "I lost my son to his games," he roared, eyes blazing with a fire that could not be extinguished. "Gilgamesh takes our youth to feed his own ego. He thinks himself a god, but he is a tyrant. A monster in the guise of a king." The crowd murmured in agreement, a low rumble of shared pain. They felt it deep in their bones, an ache that resonated with every heartbeat. A young mother cradled her child, her fingers brushing the boy's hair with a tenderness born of fear. "He will come for my son next," she said, her voice breaking. "He will take him to the arena, to fight for his amusement. How can I protect him from a king who sees us as nothing more than pawns?" A chill swept through the gathering, wrapping around them like a noose. Their faces, once filled with life, were now mere shadows of despair. Hope flickered like a candle in a storm, barely clinging to existence. "I dreamed last night," the woman said, her voice rising above the whispers, raw with emotion. "I dreamed of a world where our voices mattered. Where our tears were not met with indifference. I dreamed of gods who listened, who cared. But in the morning light, the cruel reality shattered my heart." The crowd fell silent, eyes wide with an unrelenting longing. They wanted to believe that their cries could reach the heavens, that the gods would descend from their lofty thrones, arms open, ready to embrace the suffering below. But the reality was stark. The gods were silent, indifferent to their plight. With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, a palpable force that drew them closer together. They formed a circle, hands clasped, a fragile thread binding their fate. The old man spoke again, voice hoarse yet powerful. "What do we want? Do we not deserve to be heard? To be seen?" "Yes," they cried out, a chorus of desperation breaking the suffocating silence. "We are not mere shadows. We are flesh. We are blood. We are more than the tyranny of one man." In that moment, a surge of unity ignited, and the air crackled with raw energy, as if the very heavens trembled. They were not just citizens of Uruk, they were a force, an indomitable spirit rising against the oppressive weight of tyranny. And then, like the snap of a taut string, a voice broke through the chaos. "But what will it take?" A young man stepped forward, his eyes wide with fear and determination. "How do we make them listen? How do we bring justice to our land when our king is a god among men?" The question hung heavy, a shroud of uncertainty enveloping them. They looked at one another, their breaths mingling, fear, anger, a flicker of hope interlacing. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, tension crackled, a storm brewing beneath the surface of their shared despair. "Maybe it is time we show them," the woman said, her heart racing as a plan took root in her mind. "If the gods will not listen, perhaps we must force them to see us. We gather all our grievances, our pain, our suffering, and we lay it before them like a tapestry that cannot be ignored." The fire of rebellion ignited once more, and their voices rose in a fevered pitch. They would not be silent. They would not be invisible. The gods had turned away, but they would drag them back into the light, would force them to witness the torment that festered in the streets of Uruk. But as the emotions surged, shadows crept closer. An eerie silence fell over the gathering, an unsettling reminder of Gilgamesh's power. The town square felt alive, a heartbeat pulsing beneath their feet, filled with echoes of the past, of nights when laughter rang true and hope did not feel like a distant memory. "Let us speak to the gods," the old man said, voice trembling but resolute. "Let us lay our pleas before them, not as individuals but as a chorus of the broken, a testament to our suffering." And so they raised their hands to the heavens, voices entwined in a haunting melody of grief and defiance. Each note a plea, each word a weapon. The ancient gods sat unmoved, perhaps sipping ambrosia, unaware of the storm that brewed beneath their celestial thrones. In that moment, under the haunting gaze of the moon, they became a prayer, a lament that soared, desperate and raw, threading through the cosmos, echoing through time. Would the gods hear them? Would they heed the pain of the people? But as they cried out, a chill swept through the air, the weight of silence pressing down. The city remained unchanged, a facade of grandeur masking the anguish beneath. And in the distance, the sound of Gilgamesh's laughter rang hollow, a reminder of the tyrant who could not be ignored. Fear hung in the air, a spectre that refused to leave. It wrapped around them, whispering that their cries might never reach the heavens. Yet, beneath that fear, a spark remained, a flicker of hope, a flame that could not be snuffed out, igniting a relentless drive for change. They gathered their grievances, binding them in a tapestry as old as Uruk itself, weaving their stories into the fabric of their plea. And as they stood beneath the watchful eyes of the moon, they knew this was only the beginning. The gods would hear them. They would make them listen. In the shadows, the winds began to stir, and the city held its breath, teetering on the edge of an unseen reckoning. The air crackled with tension, thick as the lingering smoke of burnt offerings, as the gods conspired in their celestial abode. Their voices, a low rumble of dissatisfaction, echoed like thunder across the endless night. Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, had gone too far. He towered over his people, a sun that scorched rather than warmed, a tempest that raged without care. In his quest for glory, he had become a tyrant, and the whispers of despair resonated in the hearts of the townsfolk, prickling like the first chill of winter. I remember the sighs of the people. Enlil, the chief of the gods, murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of sorrow. Their weeping is relentless, like the river that knows no end. A king should inspire, not instill fear. The other gods nodded in solemn agreement, their divine faces etched with concern like the crags of a mountain weathered by time. They glanced toward the earthly realm, where Gilgamesh's laughter rang out like shattered glass, beautiful, yet dangerous. Then it came, a vision clearer than water, sharper than a blade. They would create a creature, a wild man who would walk among beasts and echo the heartbeat of the earth. This spirit, forged from the very essence of the wilderness, would rise to meet the king. Enkidu, they named him. A counterbalance to Gilgamesh, wild yet noble, a mirror reflecting the chaos of the king's own heart. In a distant valley, the sun poured gold across the land, waking Enkidu from the slumber of creation. He stirred among the grasses, a primal force, muscles rippling like the surface of a stormy sea. His hair was tangled with the scent of earth, and his body bore the marks of existence, raw and untamed. He opened his eyes, and the world flooded in, the rustle of leaves, the call of distant animals, the pulse of life surrounding him. This was home, a wild paradise untouched by the heavy hand of civilization. But even in this paradise, Enkidu felt a tug, a whisper in the wind, a pull toward something greater than himself. He could sense the shift in the air, a longing to understand the realm of men, to feel the weight of their joys and sorrows. What is it to be human, he mused, the question hanging in the air like a forgotten dream. He knew not of kings or crowns, but he felt the tug of destiny, a thread leading him toward a figure who would change everything. Meanwhile, in Uruk, Gilgamesh stood atop his palace, a monument of strength and arrogance, eyes blazing with ambition. He glanced down at his city, a tapestry woven with the threads of labor and sweat, yet marred by his own selfish desires. "Worship me! Fear me!" The cries of his subjects echoed back, hollow and weary. With each conquest, he felt the hollow ache of isolation within his chest, a void that no amount of glory could fill. "I remember the faces of my people," he thought, a flicker of doubt sparking in his mind. "They look to me for protection, yet all I give them is anguish." Beneath the bravado, an unsettling loneliness gnawed at him. He was invincible, yet utterly alone, a king without a friend, a warrior without a companion. In his heart, he longed for someone to challenge him, someone to stand beside him, to share the weight of his crown. The moment came like a thunderclap, an unseen force that would intertwine their fates. Enkidu, drawn by an instinct he could not articulate, ventured closer to the walls of Uruk. He moved as a shadow among the reeds, his bare feet silent against the earth, every sense alive with the promise of confrontation. The city loomed ahead, a labyrinth of stone and pride, pulsing like a living entity. In the taverns, men spoke of Gilgamesh's exploits, their voices laced with awe and fear. He takes what he wants: women, glory, power. He is the wolf, and we are the sheep. The words echoed in Enkidu's mind like a warning bell. He witnessed the divide between the king and his people, the yearning for freedom dancing in the air, and the embers of rebellion igniting within him. That night, the moon hung low, cloaked in shadows, casting a silvery veil over Uruk. Gilgamesh, restless and brooding, wandered the halls of his palace, haunted by the spectre of his own making. "Where is the joy?" he screamed into the night, a challenge to the cosmos. "I am a king, yet I am bound by chains of my own forging." And somewhere, beneath the moonlight, Enkidu felt the cry ripple through the air, resonating in the marrow of his bones. The clash of their destinies was inevitable, a tempest brewing on the horizon, and he took a deep breath, the scent of adventure heavy in his lungs. As dawn approached, a collision of worlds awaited. Enkidu would confront the king who believed himself a god, while Gilgamesh would face the wild spirit who echoed his own restless heart. The clash would unveil the depths of their souls, unraveling the very fabric of their beings. The gods watched, their hearts pounding, their hopes entwined with the fate of both men. In that charged moment, they understood Enkidu was not merely a creature of the earth, he was the embodiment of what Gilgamesh needed most: a friend, a rival, a mirror reflecting the shadows and light within him. And so, as the sun rose, casting golden rays over Uruk, the stage was set. The world held its breath, teetering on the precipice of something monumental. Their stories, entwined, ready to collide, would echo through the ages like the roar of ancient mountains. The air reeked of anticipation, thick and electric, as the first step was taken into the unknown, by both man and beast, by king and wildling, by heart and soul. The clash would commence, but the outcome remained veiled beneath the cloak of destiny, trembling on the edge of the abyss. The air was thick with tension, the silence almost a living thing, breathing in sync with the rustling underbrush. A low growl broke through, sharp and jagged, like glass shattering in an empty room. Enkidu stood at the edge of a clearing, heart pounding in his chest, feeling the beat synchronize with the pulse of the wild around him. Somewhere between man and beast, he had found himself, yet this moment, this place, felt like a nightmare creeping at the edges of his consciousness. I remember the first time he met the lion, the king of the savannah, the embodiment of power and primal instinct. Instead of fear, Enkidu felt a profound connection, an unspoken understanding. The lion's amber eyes bored into his soul, and for a brief, electrifying moment, they were two beings bound by the same unshackled spirit. But as the beast let out a roar that sent shivers down his spine, Enkidu felt the weight of his humanity pressing down upon him. A flicker of doubt ignited within. Could he truly belong in this wild, untamed world? He was not merely a wild man, he was a bridge between realms, one foot in the world of men, the other in the savage embrace of nature. His body was a patchwork of scars and stories, each mark a testament to his battles with the very creatures that now accepted him as one of their own. The deer grazed close, unafraid, while birds perched on his shoulders, singing melodies that danced through the air like smoke. It was intoxicating. This life lived in the raw, where every breath held the scent of earth and every heartbeat echoed the call of the wild. But a storm brewed within him, a tempest of loneliness and longing. I remember the moment spent beneath the stars, the vastness of the cosmos stretching above, and Enkidu felt a gnawing emptiness. A flicker of memory caught him off guard, the laughter of men, the warmth of a fire shared, and the taste of bread, rough and satisfying. The joys of companionship gnawed at him like a beast hungry for flesh. He was at home in the forest, yet an undeniable yearning for connection haunted his every step. As he roamed deeper into the wild, he stumbled upon a pack of wolves, sleek and feral, eyes glinting like shards of ice in the twilight. They circled him, curious and wary, testing him, assessing whether he was friend or foe. Enkidu raised his hands, palms open to the sky, a silent plea, a declaration of peace. The air crackled with tension, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the forest quicken, each creature holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash or a sweet surrender. In that moment, something snapped. The lead wolf lunged, teeth bared, but instead of fear, Enkidu felt a rush of exhilaration. He dodged, rolling on the earth, soft, yielding, embracing the primal dance. They clashed in a whirlwind of fur and sinew, a ballet of survival where instincts ruled over reason. I remember the visceral thrill as he caught the wolf's gaze, a mirror reflecting his own wildness. They were two sides of the same coin, and for an eternal heartbeat, Enkidu was no longer alone, lost in a world that often felt too big, too alien. But the thrill waned, and shadows stretched long as the sun dipped below the horizon. A creeping chill set in, the wildness of day giving way to the haunting quiet of night. The spirits of the forest whispered secrets in languages he barely understood. I remember the feeling of being watched, unseen eyes lurking in the darkness, and a shiver raced down his spine, a reminder that the wilderness was not merely a sanctuary but also a predator, poised to reclaim what it granted. That night, a howl shattered the stillness. A cry of despair, of loss, of the unrelenting cycle of life and death. The wolves mourned, their voices rising like a requiem, and Enkidu felt their sorrow pierce the very fabric of his being. He understood then the bleak reality of existence, the beauty and the horror intertwined like vines around a dying tree. The wilderness, vibrant and full of life, also knew pain, knew the hunger of survival. In that moment, he felt their grief, their primal connection to the universe, the eternal dance of predator and prey. What was it to be wild? To be bound by instinct? The question spiraled in his mind, a maelstrom of thought and emotion. Enkidu was not just a creature of the forest, he was a reflection of all its contradictions. He wanted to scream, to howl with the wolves, but deep down, he feared that such a cry would shatter the fragile balance he had found. The echoes of laughter from a distant village tugged at his heart, a memory too sweet to bear, a reminder of what he could never fully reclaim. I remember the day the storm rolled in, a furious tempest that mirrored the chaos within him. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the darkness with blinding intensity. Enkidu stood at the edge of the forest, arms outstretched, daring the heavens to unleash their fury. Rain poured down, cold and unrelenting, washing over him as if to cleanse his very soul. Thunder roared, a roar that rivaled the lion's, and in that moment, he felt invincible, an elemental force of nature, wild and untamed. Yet, even amidst this chaos, a part of him yearned for the boundaries that civilization offered, a warmth, a comfort, a connection that felt just out of reach. The wild was seductive, intoxicating, but it was also isolating. He was a man caught between two worlds, and as the storm raged, a question loomed like a specter: could he truly ever belong to either? With the rain falling like tears from the sky, Enkidu collapsed to the ground, the mud enveloping him like a lover's embrace. I remember the sensation, a fierce longing mixed with overwhelming sorrow, and it struck him like a hammer to the heart. He was alive, vibrant, but also profoundly alone. The animals gathered around him, a silent congregation beneath the tempest, instinctively aware of his turmoil. They nuzzled against him, their warmth a fragile balm against the icy grip of solitude. In their eyes, he saw acceptance, a raw understanding of the struggles that lay in the heart of every living being. The wild was not just a place, it was a feeling, a pulse that echoed in the depths of his soul. But as the storm began to fade, the clouds parting to reveal the first timid light of dawn, Enkidu felt the undeniable pull of the city, the land of men. The memories flooded back, mingled with the blood of the earth beneath him. A confrontation loomed on the horizon, one that would challenge everything he had come to understand about himself and the world around him. And as dawn broke, casting shadows long and mysterious, he knew that the wild man would soon face the very essence of what it meant to be human, forever intertwined with the beast that lived within. The air hung thick with rust and sweat, the scent of earth mingling with a faint whiff of wild herbs. Shadows danced beneath the trees, flickering like forgotten spirits while Enkidu thrashed among them, limbs tangled in primal chaos. His heart pounded like a war drum, echoing against the silent pull of the forest around him. He was wild, untamed, a creature of instinct and earth, yet within him stirred the faintest whisper of something else. Something yearning. And then, there she was. Shamhat, with skin that shimmered like sunlit honey, stepped into his world like a vision from a dream, a fleeting ghost of civilization, and suddenly, the wilderness felt less like a home and more like a cage. Her presence cut through the thick underbrush, sharp and electric, and Enkidu halted, frozen between a growl and a whisper, caught in the magnetic pull of her eyes, deep and ancient, like the endless night. I remember, Shamhat would later whisper to herself, fingers brushing through his matted hair. The first time I saw him, my heart crackled with the promise of storms. That first encounter had been a collision of worlds, the rawness of his being against the tender pulse of her womanhood. She was the light, and he was the shadow, yet somehow, they drew closer.
"Who are you?"
His voice was a growl, guttural and primal, as if the very sound of it was foreign to him, emerging from a throat that had forgotten the language of men. He could sense the danger in her gaze, the challenge it posed. 1,000 unspoken questions spun in the air between them, fraught with tension. She stepped forward, undeterred, aflame amidst the cold night. "You are alone," she replied, her voice soft yet unwavering. "But you do not have to be. Come with me." For Enkidu, the world shifted. The forests, with their crisp layers of leaves and the haunting lullabies of the wolves, started to blur. He could feel the warmth of her presence seep into his skin, a delicate threat, as she reached out, her fingers brushing his arm, a feather-light touch that spoke of possibilities. "I remember," he thought, a flicker of warmth igniting deep within, "the first time I felt something beyond survival." Enkidu had known hunger, thirst, the visceral thrill of the hunt, but this was different. This was the soft thrum of heartbeats in unison, a dance of souls beneath the vast indifference of the stars. Shamhat took another step, and the air thickened, pulsing with electric tension. She was a wisp of silk against the roughness of his flesh, an uncanny blend of strength and vulnerability. "You belong in a city," she breathed, her breath hot against his ear. "Let me show you." But could he? The thought stirred inside him like a restless phantom. The wild in him roared, and the rawness of it clawed at the edges of his consciousness. He was a beast, a creature of instinct, yet every moment spent in her presence peeled away layers of darkness, revealing something buried beneath, a longing to connect, to belong. "Why do you care?" he rasped, uncertainty wrapping around his heart like a vice. His eyes searched hers for answers, but they only reflected back the haunting shadows of his solitude. "What do you want?" "Everything," she whispered, her voice a soft promise, heavy with unfulfilled desires. In that moment, the city beyond the trees called to them both, the world pulsing with life, laughter, and light. Yet, darkness loomed, a spectre waiting to swallow him whole if he dared cross that threshold. "I remember," Shamhat thought bitterly, "when I thought I could tame the wild." Her heart raced with the thrill of the chase, the thrill of him, but the weight of her own past lingered like a ghost, urging caution. She was a woman of the city, accustomed to walls and order, yet Enkidu was chaos incarnate, and therein lay the intoxicating danger. The city, with its stony structures and bustling crowds, beckoned. Yet, the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. Shamhat's heart quickened with every heartbeat, every breath, every moment they lingered on this precipice. She reached for him, fingers intertwining with the wildness of his hair. "Trust me," she urged, her voice a caress, a balm. And so began the slow, twisting journey, a dance of seduction, of love, and civilizing influence. As days bled into nights, the forest became their playground, a backdrop for the embers of something more than mere survival. Each stolen moment, each quiet whisper, forged a bond thicker than blood, sharper than steel. But the city loomed larger, an ever-encroaching shadow. Enkidu could feel its pull, its promise of warmth, belonging, and yet, the wildness in him shrieked against the encroachment of civilization. Could he truly abandon the freedom of the forest, the thrill of being untamed? "I remember," he thought, a mix of fear and longing twisting in his gut, what it felt like to be free. Yet now, Shamhat's laughter echoed in his mind, and he felt the chains of desire wrapping around his heart. They were both caught in the tides of change, swept along by currents they only half understood. Shamhat's smile held the warmth of the sun, but it masked a deeper ache, a fear of losing him to a world that demanded conformity. "I want to show you beauty," she pressed, desperation creeping into her voice. "The city has wonders beyond your wildest dreams." But in Enkidu's mind, shadows flickered, memories of freedom and wildness battling against the seduction of a life bound by rules and expectations. Each step they took toward that city felt like a step toward an irreversible fate. As dawn broke over the horizon, the world shimmered with possibility, yet darkness lurked, an unwelcome presence waiting for its moment. Within the space between them, Tension hummed, a fragile thread straining against the weight of their choices. "Would you give it all up," he asked, voice trembling with raw emotion, "to walk with me into the unknown?" "I would give everything," Shamhat breathed, but her eyes danced with fear. Each word became a sword, cutting through the fragile silence. It was a promise, yet it felt like a gamble, a chance they both longed to take but feared to embrace. "Then take my hand." And as their fingers entwined, the line between wild and civilized blurred, a promise carved out of the chaos of love, a bond forged between the forest and the city, the untamed and the cultivated, teetering on the edge of an uncertain future, where shadows loomed, and hope flickered like a candle in the dark. The howl of the wind pierced the stillness, a mournful sound echoing through the vast expanse of the wilderness. I remember the moment I saw Enkidu, wild and untamed, a figure carved from the earth itself, clothed in mud and the scent of freedom. His eyes, fierce and searching, locked onto the distant horizon, yet they felt as if they were gazing straight into the deepest parts of my soul, stirring something long forgotten. I remember the way he flinched at the crack of a branch, as if the very world around him conspired to keep him from awakening. He was a creature of the wild, yet in that moment, he stood at the precipice of change. The thrill of the unknown coursed through him like wildfire, igniting the dormant ember of humanity buried beneath thick layers of fur and instinct. I could feel the tension hanging heavy in the air, thick as fog, wrapping around us both, squeezing out the breath from our lungs. He, a beast, and I, a mere reflection of what he could become if he dared step into the blinding light of civilization. A flash of light ignited the sky, and a storm rolled over the hills, dark and ominous. With each crack of thunder, I felt the pulse of fate thrumming in my veins. Enkidu trembled, not from fear but from an instinctual knowledge that something monumental was about to unfold. I could see the shadows of humanity flickering in his eyes, memories of laughter, of warmth, of love, buried under layers of primal existence. He was both terrified and exhilarated, caught between two worlds, and I could only wonder which would claim him. And then there was Shamhat, the temple prostitute, a paradox of purity and sin wrapped in a single body. With an uncanny grace, she stepped into Enkidu's life, a candle's flicker against the encroaching darkness. I watched her approach, every step weaving a spell around the wild man, binding him in a net of human connection. Her voice, soft as silk, whispered promises of touch, of warmth, of belonging. I could feel the weight of her gaze upon him, penetrating his thick exterior, daring him to shed the chains of his past. "Come with me," she said, her voice a melody that danced on the wind. There was no hesitation in her eyes, only an invitation, a call to trust. I remember the way Enkidu's breath hitched, his wild heart pounding against his ribcage like a caged bird yearning for flight. The electricity in the air crackled with tension as he took a hesitant step forward, and I felt the ground beneath us tremble with the weight of impending change. But the path to humanity was not an easy one. The world he was about to enter was full of shadows, secrets, and unspoken rules that twisted like vines around the heart. As they walked together into the city, Enkidu's wide-eyed wonder melted into confusion. The cacophony of laughter, the clinking of coins, the scent of spice and sweat, it engulfed him. I could feel his pulse racing, the overwhelming sensation of being surrounded by others, so many others, each a thread in a complex tapestry of existence. I remember staring at the towering walls, the very embodiment of civilization, and feeling a pang of longing, a desire to belong to something greater than oneself. Yet I could see the struggle etched across Enkidu's face as he grappled with his own identity. He was a force of nature, yet here, in this bubbling cauldron of humanity, he felt fragile, like glass ready to shatter. The sight was haunting, and I could not look away. There were moments of beauty and moments of agony. Enkidu laughed with children, his laughter a bright spark in the darkness, but every joyous note was undercut by an echo of his isolation. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt when they stared back at him, a beast in the guise of a man. He tried to reach out to touch the fabric of their lives, but the thread always slipped through his fingers, leaving him grasping at shadows. Shamhat stood by him, a silent guardian, but even she was not enough to shield him from the barbs of society. Their laughter soon turned into whispers, the kind that could cut deeper than any blade. His heart ached as he realized that even within the warmth of human connection, there existed a chasm of misunderstanding. The glances exchanged by others, the hushed tones that wound through the streets like a serpent coiling tighter, suffocated him.
Who am I?
Enkidu cried out one night, under the ghostly glow of the moon. His voice was raw, torn from the depths of his spirit, a visceral howl that struck me with a force I could not comprehend. It was a question that reverberated through the fabric of his being, a haunting melody that echoed against the city walls. I felt it in my bones, the desperation clawing at his chest, the need for acceptance swirling like a tempest inside him. In that moment, he was both lost and found, an enigma, and yet, so heartbreakingly human. I saw the flicker of realization in his eyes. He was no longer just a wild man. With every breath, he transformed, stripped of his primal essence, shaped by the hands of those around him. It was beautiful and tragic, a dance of awakening that left him breathless. But the question lingered, the horizon ever shifting. Would he find solace in this newfound identity, or would he always remain an outsider, a ghost haunting the fringes of a world that thrived on conformity? As the city pulsed with life, Enkidu stood at the crossroads of his existence, the weight of his choices settling heavily on his shoulders, each one a thread in the tapestry of his fate. And just as the dawn broke, spilling light over the shadows, I could see the echoes of his past, his wild heart battling against the allure of the human condition. The sun rose, painting the sky in hues of gold, a stark reminder that with every transformation, something is lost, and something is gained. With one last glance at the horizon, Enkidu stepped forward, into the embrace of an uncertain future, while the shadows clung desperately to his back, whispering secrets of the wild. His journey, still unfinished, thrummed with life, a pulse that beat to the rhythm of the cosmos, fierce and relentless. And I could not help but wonder, as I watched him vanish into the thrumming heart of the city, what echoes of his wild spirit would remain, and which of his shadows would follow him into the unknown. The night sky was a tapestry of stars, each flickering light a witness to the turmoil brewing below. In Uruk, the air was thick with tension, the kind that clung to the skin like sweat. I remember the echoes of voices, laughter laced with fear, as shadows danced around the stone walls, casting ominous shapes. Gilgamesh, king of kings, strode through the city, his presence a storm, a fierce wind that bent the trees and rattled the souls of the people. He was a lion among lambs, untamed, powerful, but underneath, something raw and wild still flickered, something that craved connection, understanding, acceptance. But tonight, he was a tempest. A challenge had been issued, a rumor of a wild man, a beast of the steppe who dared to tread into his territory. Enkidu, an echo of nature itself, roamed the desolate plains and lush grasslands, his wild heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. He was freedom, unchained and untamed, a creature born from the mud of the river, and he would not bow to the arrogance of a king. I remember his eyes, fierce and untamed, holding the wisdom of the ages, yet the innocence of a child lost in a world he did not choose. And in that moment, they were destined to collide. The air crackled as Gilgamesh, muscles taut like bowstrings, approached the sacred grove where the earth whispered secrets to those who dare to listen. "What manner of beast dares to tread upon my kingdom?" he roared, the sound reverberating through the night. The moon, a ghostly voyeur, illuminated his chiseled features, every angle sharp with defiance. From the shadows of the trees emerged Enkidu, covered in the dirt of the earth, wild hair billowing like a storm cloud. "I am not your beast, O king. I am what you cannot tame." His voice was a deep growl, a challenge, primal and unyielding. The ground trembled beneath them, as if the very earth recognized the weight of this encounter. I remember the moment silence enveloped the grove, a stillness so thick it felt like a heavy shroud. The kind of silence that happens just before the first crack of thunder, when the world holds its breath, waiting for destruction. Gilgamesh's heart raced, fierce and wild, each beat echoing the promise of battle. But within him, a strange flicker ignited, a fear, buried deep, of losing dominance, of facing something he could not conquer. With an explosion of movement, they lunged. I remember the sound, the sickening thud of flesh against flesh, the grunts and gasps, a brutal symphony of raw power and animalistic fury. Gilgamesh, with the strength of 1,000 men, struck with precision, his fists like hammers, relentless. Enkidu, wild and agile, danced away, tapping into the rhythm of the earth, weaving through Gilgamesh's blows like a gust of wind, striking back with the ferocity of nature itself. They fought, and the night became a blur of sweat, dirt, and primal instinct. The world around them faded, it was just the two of them, wrestling for dominance, for understanding, each caught in a tempest of their own making. I remember how their eyes locked in fleeting moments, reflecting not just anger but a yearning, something deeper, a longing for connection that neither knew how to articulate. In every strike, Gilgamesh sought to assert his power, but with each blow, he felt something shift within him, a crack in the armor he wore so well. He remembered the lonely night spent on a throne, the weight of the crown heavy on his brow, the isolation of being revered yet utterly alone. He fought harder, desperate to bury that feeling beneath the ferocity of his blows. Yet Enkidu, with every punch he absorbed, felt the same longing unfurling within him. He was the embodiment of nature, strong and free, yet here he was, grappling with a man who sought to claim him, who sought to define him. "You cannot cage what is wild," Enkidu shouted, the words spilling from his lips like a confession, a battle cry. He felt the earth beneath him, the wildness in his veins, and he pushed back with everything he had, every ounce of fury ignited by the king's arrogance. And then it happened. A moment suspended in time, where the air thickened, and everything around them faded into silence. It was raw, this connection, two souls clashing yet yearning for the same thing. In that fleeting instant, both men saw not an enemy but a mirror reflecting their own fears and desires. I remember the shock that coursed through them, a realization that they were not so different after all. But the fight raged on, and the clash of their wills became an unrelenting storm. With every breath, they pushed against each other, the world around them forgotten, the people of Uruk mere whispers in the background. The tension built like a coiled spring, ready to unravel at any moment. The shadows grew long and deep, dancing ominously, reflecting the chaos of their hearts. The night was still young, but it was clear, this fight would change everything. The clash of titans echoed through the streets, reverberating in the bones of the city, a warning, a promise. As their bodies collided again and again, each man fought not just for victory but for something deeper, something primal, something that resonated in every heart. The sky overhead darkened, the stars dimmed as if they felt the weight of this encounter. The battle raged, a whirlwind of fury and emotion, forever altering the course of their lives, sealing their fates together in blood and sweat. And as they clashed, the world outside Uruk spun on, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in its heart, a storm that would echo through the ages, a legend born from the chaos of two fierce souls seeking truth in the tumult. They fought, and with every breath, history was written, the first chapter of a bond that would forever change the fabric of their existence. The air crackled with electricity, a storm brewing beneath the surface, echoes of distant thunder rumbling like a predator's growl. Underneath the canopy of stars, the city of Uruk lay still, but within the heart of the wilderness, a different kind of tempest raged. A clash of titans, a battle not just of strength but of souls. In the suffocating heat of the moment, I stood there, watching them. Gilgamesh, wild and untamed, flesh and blood embodiment of wrath and ambition, his golden armor glinting in the flickering torchlight. He was a figure carved from the very essence of chaos, a man who could bend destiny to his will, yet felt a gnawing void that no conquest could fill. I could see it in his eyes, the hunger for something he didn't yet understand. He was a king, yes, but even kings bleed. And then there was Enkidu, a creature born of the wild, muscles honed by the earth itself, with hair that danced like reeds in the wind. He was a primal force, a guardian of nature, and yet, in the depths of his wildness lay an uncharted sorrow, a longing for connection that had eluded him. There was a tension between them, thick as a fog, pregnant with unsaid words that shimmered like ghosts in the night. "Why do you come to my city?" Gilgamesh bellowed, his voice reverberating like the clash of iron. The trees shivered, as if even nature feared the thunder of his frustration. Enkidu stood resolute, unyielding in the face of a tempest. The wild man, once a solitary soul, now stood on the precipice of something monumental. "I am not here to be your prey," he replied, each word a defiance, a thread of fate weaving them closer. The challenge hung in the air, palpable and electric. In that moment, I could feel the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of two worlds colliding, civilization and wildness, ambition and innocence. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. My heart raced in tandem with theirs, thrumming in my chest as time teetered on the edge. They moved closer, two beings forged from different elements, yet drawn together by an invisible thread. Fear and tension swirled around them, a maelstrom of raw emotion. Gilgamesh stepped forward, the aura of his authority thick and suffocating. There was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a crack in the armor of arrogance that defined him. "You think you can challenge me?" His voice, a growl, was both a question and a taunt. And then, with a speed that was almost surreal, Enkidu lunged. It wasn't an attack as much as a fierce declaration of existence. He was the embodiment of the untamed, an echo of a world long forgotten, and for a moment, time stood still. I could see in that fleeting instant the vastness of their destinies colliding, painting the night with the colors of fate. But instead of clashing steel, there was a collision of spirits. Gilgamesh staggered back, not from the blow but from the sheer force of recognition. The wild man, with his earth-stained skin and primal howl, was a mirror that reflected the king's own hidden despair. An understanding flickered between them, a moment of vulnerability that left both men exposed and raw. "I remember the forest," Enkidu murmured, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The whispers of the leaves, the laughter of the streams. I remember the freedom." His words hung in the air, haunting and beautiful, dripping with nostalgia. A longing that gripped at my heart, as if I too had lost something in the depths of the green. Gilgamesh's eyes widened, a storm passing through them, an unexpected tempest of empathy. "And I remember the throne, the weight of crowns, the loneliness hidden beneath the opulence," he confessed, the bravado fading, replaced by a stark honesty. The city of Uruk was a gilded cage, and he was both its ruler and its prisoner. The silence that followed was deafening, pregnant with unvoiced truths. No longer enemies, they stood on the fragile precipice of connection, shadows dancing between them like specters. In that moment, everything shifted, the bond between them began to bloom, fragile yet electric, like the first stirring of life in a long-frozen spring. There was an unsteady truce, a palpable change in the atmosphere. Gilgamesh, once a warrior defined by his might, now held a glimmer of curiosity, an uncharted territory waiting to be explored. Enkidu, in his wild but weary spirit, found something he hadn't known he was searching for: a counterpart, a friend. I could feel the weight of their insecurities, the suffocating fears that lurked in the shadows of their hearts. Would this bond grow strong enough to withstand the storms of fate? Or would it shatter against the cruel winds of destiny, leaving them both stranded in their own solitude? As they began to walk side by side, the moon witnessed their unsteady steps toward friendship, casting silver light on their faces, illuminating the cracking facades. The wilderness whispered secrets that danced on the breeze, a symphony of possibilities, teasing their hearts. Together, Enkidu said, the word a soft echo of hope, filling the chasm between them. Gilgamesh nodded, the shadows of his past slowly lifting. A pact was brewing, fragile yet fierce, promising a bond that could alter their fates. The air shimmered with unspoken promises, and I could almost hear the universe holding its breath. The storm of their emotions, once chaotic and tumultuous, began to settle into something new, something beautiful and terrifying. This was the birth of friendship, raw and unfiltered, a spark igniting in the heart of darkness, crackling with the intensity of a flame that might either illuminate their way or consume them whole. And as they ventured deeper into the night, the world was forever changed, the shadows of the past lingering like ghosts. With every step, every heartbeat, the fabric of their existence intertwined, weaving a bond that would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of connection, the beauty of friendship forged in the crucible of wild chaos. The night hung thick like fog, the moon a cold, silver coins suspended in a dark, endless sea. I stood on the precipice, my heart pounding against my ribs, a wild drumbeat echoing through the silence. The air was alive with anticipation, electric and sharp, crackling like distant thunder. Shadows danced around me, whispering secrets of the cedar forest, where the monstrous Humbaba lay in wait. It was an eerie silence, as if the world itself held its breath, knowing the impending storm that brewed just beyond the horizon. I remember the moment vividly, my grip tightening on the hilt of my sword, the weight of it heavy against my side. It was no ordinary blade, it was a promise, a vow, a lifeline. Fear gnawed at my insides, a ravenous beast, begging me to retreat, to flee back to the familiarity of the city, the comforts of home. But there was no turning back now. The thrill of the unknown beckoned like a siren. I was not alone in this madness. My friend Enkidu, wild and untamed, stood beside me, his fierce eyes alight with a primal fire. He was a creature born of earth and sky, a man-mold from the very fabric of nature. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, voice low, almost reverent. The wind carried the scent of pine, of ancient trees, and something distinctly unsettling, an undercurrent of decay lurking beneath the fragrant surface. I wanted to shake him, to remind him that this was no ordinary quest. "We're not hunting game, Enkidu. We're facing a monster." But the wildness in him thrived on danger, and there was a part of me that craved it too, like a moth drawn to the flame. "Fear is for the faint-hearted," he scoffed, a grin spreading across his rugged face. "We are not afraid." But I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a fleeting shadow that betrayed his bravado. It was a delicate balance, our friendship, two halves of a whole, pushing and pulling each other toward the precipice of ruin and glory. Then there was Gilgamesh, our king, our friend. His presence was like a storm, powerful and unpredictable. He was restless, pacing like a caged beast, his handsome face twisted with uncertainty. "What if we fail?" he said, breaking the silence that had wrapped us in its cold embrace. "What if Humbaba is more than we imagine? What if—" "Stop," I snapped, the words tearing from my throat. "Stop thinking. We have to move." Inside, I was a storm myself, a tempest of emotions battling for dominance, fear, excitement, loyalty, love, all swirling together in an unholy mix. Gilgamesh looked at me, and I saw the flicker of hurt in his eyes, the burden of leadership, the weight of expectation. "You think I haven't felt that?" I continued, my voice softening. "Every heartbeat screams at me to run, but we cannot. We are bound by fate, by friendship." He nodded, a warrior's acceptance, yet I could see he was only partially convinced. The shadows loomed larger, stretching toward us like fingers trying to pull us into their depth. I clenched my fists, grounding myself in that moment, in the raw reality of our impending fate. The cedar forest, a realm of beauty and terror, awaited us. It loomed on the horizon, a mass of green and darkness, whispering secrets that sent shivers down my spine. I could almost hear the trees speak, their voices rustling like dry leaves, full of warnings we dared not heed. "Do you sense it?" Enkidu murmured, his voice low and hypnotic. "The forest calls to us. It knows we come." His eyes glinted in the moonlight, a mix of excitement and fear. "Then let it call," Gilgamesh declared, his voice a booming echo in the silence. "We will answer. We are more than men, we are legends waiting to be born." There was an intensity in his words, a fire that ignited the air around us. Yet, beneath that bravado lay the tremor of fear, the ache of potential loss. I felt it too, a heaviness in my chest, an awareness that this quest could unravel us, tear apart everything we had fought to build. What if the monster we sought was not just a creature of flesh and bone but a reflection of our own fears? The thought chilled me to the core. Would we emerge victorious, or would we fade into the shadows like whispers lost to the night? "Let's make a pact," I suggested, urgency threading my voice. "No matter what happens, we stand together. We fight together." My heart raced as I spoke, the words tumbling out like stones rolling down a mountainside. The weight of our shared resolve hung in the air between us, heavy and palpable. Enkidu stepped forward, his gaze fierce. "I will not falter. I will not betray my brothers." Gilgamesh placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and strength. "Together, then, we face whatever lies ahead." The moon hung high above, a silent witness to our oath, our pact of brotherhood, and yet, the darkness whispered still, taunting us with its promise of ruin. I closed my eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and earth filling my lungs, grounding me. Every breath was a reminder of the danger that lay ahead, the shadows that awaited beyond the tree line. As we turned toward the cedar forest, I felt the weight of eternity in that moment. The stars whispered tales of heroes and monsters, of epic battles fought and lost, and I wondered, would we add our names to their songs, or would we become echoes, ghosts wandering beneath the trees? In that heartbeat of time, in the silent, darkened woods, we stepped forward, closer to the edge of destiny. The air thickened with unbroken tension, a palpable fear that wrapped itself around us, and the forest seemed to breathe, alive with secrets that rustled like dead leaves. Shadows stretched long, and in that moment, I felt the pull of fate, the unyielding tide pulling us into the unknown. Together, we faced the darkness, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, knowing that this was only the beginning. The journey to confront Humbaba was not just a march toward a monster, it was a confrontation of our deepest fears, our unquenchable desires, and the stark reality that awaited us in the heart of the cedar forest. The air crackled like a live wire, sharp and electric, as Enkidu stood at the edge of the cedar forest. It loomed before him, a vast expanse of ancient trees whispering secrets in a language only the wind understood. A tension hung thick, palpable, almost suffocating, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Each shadow, each rustle of leaves seemed to promise danger. It sang of the monstrous guardian within, a name his heart already knew, Humbaba. I remember the tales, he thought, the stories wrapped in fear like a child in a mother's embrace. But here, with the oppressive scent of cedar and decay tangling around him, those tales felt like a lie. The stories of glory and valor twisted in his mind, morphing into something grotesque. He was not a hero, he was a man teetering on the edge of madness, driven by the relentless need to prove himself, to escape the shackles of his own existence. His hands trembled at his sides, clenched into fists of frustration and fear. Gilgamesh stood beside him, a figure carved from stone, yet trembling with an unquenchable desire for greatness. His fierce eyes burned with ambition, yet behind the bravado lay a vulnerability that the world would never see, a longing to connect, to belong. "We will take Humbaba's head," he proclaimed, voice echoing through the grove, defiant and laced with a reckless thrill. "We will be legends." But beneath that bravado, shadows stirred. What if we fail? Enkidu's voice was faint, barely a whisper against the roar of Gilgamesh's dreams. He could feel fear gnawing at his heart, a feral beast hungry for his soul. What if we become nothing more than food for the legends? Gilgamesh turned sharply, a flash of irritation crossing his features. "We will not fail. The gods are with us." His face was a mask of determination, yet the cracks were there, beneath the surface, revealing a heart that beat with doubt. And then, like a thunderclap, the silence shattered. A roar erupted from the depths of the forest, a sound so primal it stole the breath from their lungs. It rippled through the air and into their bones, a growl that promised death. It was Humbaba, the guardian, the embodiment of terror. Enkidu felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, the trees shivering as if they understood that something dark was coming. Heart pounding, Enkidu's mind spiraled. This is madness. Do we even understand what we seek? What we are up against? But even as the words formed in his mind, he was ensnared by the very spirit of the forest, a magnetic pull drawing him closer to the danger. The scent of cedar was intoxicating, filling his lungs with a heady mix of reverence and dread. The darkness beckoned. They stepped forward, hearts racing, blood singing in their veins, each step a drumbeat echoing in a symphony of fate. The trees whispered, their boughs swaying, as if warning them, pleading for mercy. An unsettling chill crept into the air, wrapping around Enkidu like a lover's embrace, yet it was a promise of despair. "Remember Kingu," Enkidu thought, a flicker of a memory igniting his resolve. Remember the bloodshed, the destruction. The echoes of those who had dared to challenge the divine were ghosts haunting the edges of his mind. What is glory if it comes at the cost of our souls? But Gilgamesh's laughter sliced through the darkness, a sound both exhilarating and terrifying. It cut into Enkidu's fears, igniting a flame of rebellion in his heart. "We are not like them. We are stronger." His words swirled in the air, stirring hope and fear in equal measure. "We are destined for greatness." And then, from the depths of the forest, he appeared. Humbaba, like a nightmare brought to life, a creature born from the darkest corners of human imagination. His body was vast, a tapestry woven with the shadows of the abyss, eyes gleaming like burning coals. The very air around him trembled with power, a palpable force that threatened to engulf them. Enkidu felt his heart leap into his throat, the sheer enormity of the beast crashing over him. There was no heroism in this moment, only the raw, visceral instinct to flee. Fear pooled in the pit of his stomach, a thick sludge that threatened to suffocate him. "What have we done?" he whispered, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos. Gilgamesh charged forward, a flash of gold against the darkness, fueled by adrenaline and dreams. "I will carve my name into the stars," he shouted, and for a fleeting moment, Enkidu saw the glimmer of hope in his eyes. But the hope was fleeting, like a whisper lost in a storm, as Humbaba unleashed a roar that echoed through the ages, a sound that would haunt them long after life had departed. The clash was imminent, the air charged with anticipation. Enkidu watched as Gilgamesh clashed against the beast, the metallic clang of steel against sinew ringing out like a death knell. And in that moment, beneath the cacophony, Enkidu felt the weight of choices made and unmade, the haunting specters of what it meant to pursue glory at the cost of one's very essence. Why, he thought desperately, do we chase after shadows? And as the battle raged on, the forest came alive, shadows dancing with malevolent glee, taunting the two men with the futility of their quest. The trees bore witness, ancient eyes gazing down with knowing sorrow, and somewhere deep within, a sense of foreboding settled like dust over his heart. In this moment of fire and fury, amid the chaos of struggle, Enkidu realized the horrifying truth: they were not just fighting a monster, they were wrestling with the essence of their own humanity. The guardian of the cedar forest was not merely Humbaba, it was the darkness within themselves, the very fears they sought to conquer. And therein lay the tragedy: this confrontation would not simply shape their fates, it would echo through eternity, a reminder of the delicate balance between man and the monstrous. As steel met sinew and dreams clashed with reality, a pulse vibrated through the forest, whispering secrets and sorrows, memories entwined like the roots beneath their feet. And so the battle continued, a dance of death and glory, each heartbeat thunderous with consequence, each breath heavy with the weight of the impending dawn. The forest was alive with whispers, shadows creeping like phantoms through the gnarled branches, each rustle a foreboding reminder that something monstrous waited. I stood there, breath hitching, heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and the faint, acrid hint of something almost sulphurous, as if the trees were warning us, no, begging us, to turn back. Gilgamesh's eyes burned with a fierce, reckless light, a wildness that seemed to draw power from the encroaching darkness, while beside him, Enkidu's gaze was a storm of uncertainty, a tempest of doubt barely contained beneath his rugged exterior. "Do you feel it?" Enkidu whispered, his voice trembling, the bravado crumbling like ancient stone. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of terror dancing at the edge of his resolve. The anticipation hung between us, thick as fog, a churning mass of anxiety and adrenaline. "We may not return from this." "I remember," Gilgamesh interrupted, his voice steady, almost defiant. "I remember the tales of Humbaba, the guardian of the cedar forest, a creature of nightmares and wrath. But tales are just that, stories. We are here to carve our own legend." And there it was, the intoxicating pull of glory, the promise of eternal fame that had driven us into this cursed place, as if the spirit of the forest itself was mocking our ambition. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a low rumble that resonated through my bones. The air crackled, charged with a primal energy. Humbaba emerged from the shadows, a grotesque spectre manifesting from the darkness. His form was titanic, a mass of sinew and rage, eyes burning like coals in the night. Each step reverberated like the tolling of a funeral bell, a death knell for any hubris that dared to challenge him. The very trees bent away from his path, the wind screamed in protest, and I could feel the weight of his presence pressing down on us, suffocating. "Fools!" Humbaba bellowed, his voice a thunderclap that sent chills racing through me, a sound that seemed to echo from the chasms of the earth itself. "You dare trespass into my domain? You seek to claim what is not yours? You will know despair." Fear clawed at my insides, hot and raw, a familiar demon I had fought many times before. I glanced at Enkidu, his face was pale, tension etched into every line of his features. This isn't just a beast, I thought, gripping my sword, the cold steel a poor comfort against the heat of my rising dread. This is a force of nature, an embodiment of everything we are not. Stand firm! Gilgamesh shouted, the wildness in him transforming into a battle cry. He surged forward, the embodiment of the sun breaking through a storm, a figure of defiance against the encroaching night. I felt the pull of his confidence, even as the world around us dipped into chaos. With a roar, he charged, a comet shooting through the darkness, but I could see the flicker of uncertainty, a crack in the armor of bravado. Enkidu followed, a shadow leaping into the fray, his muscles coiled like tightly wound springs. I had never seen him fight like this, not with this desperation. He was not just battling a beast, he was battling his own fears, the weight of his friendship with Gilgamesh hanging heavy in the air. The clash of steel against flesh echoed like a symphony of violence, each blow a heartbeat in our shared fate. Humbaba swiped at Gilgamesh, claws like daggers aiming for his heart. I gasped, a sudden, primal urge to scream, to warn him, but the moment stretched into eternity, a heartbeat suspended in time. Gilgamesh danced out of reach, the grace of a gazelle, but I saw the sweat glistening on his brow, the strain in his muscles. He was human, after all, flesh and blood. Enkidu! I shouted, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of roars and clashing steel. He grappled with Humbaba, primal instincts crashing against each other, a brutal ballet of survival. In that moment, I saw the soul of my friend, raw, unfiltered fear and determination waging war within him. He was not just fighting for glory anymore, he was fighting for us, for our bond, for his own place in this world that had cast him as an outsider. The air thickened with the scent of blood, and with every swing of my sword, I felt the weight of our choices, the inevitability of the chaos we had unleashed. My heart raced, each pulse echoing the fear that enveloped me. I remembered the tales, the warnings, the omens we had ignored. I remembered the dreams of glory now twisted into a nightmare. Face me! Gilgamesh roared at Humbaba, his voice a mixture of valor and desperation. The words were a thin veil over the truth, we were terrified. What had we done? This was no mere beast, this was a guardian, a titan born of the earth's fury. But in our hearts, a darker question festered, was this all for nothing? As the battle raged, moments stretched into infinity. Each clash and cry echoed through the forest, a symphony of life and death. I fought alongside my friends, our fates entwined like vines in the forest, but the shadows loomed larger, taunting us with the futility of our quest. Then it happened, a moment of vulnerability, a chink in Humbaba's armor. Gilgamesh struck true, and I saw the creature stagger, confusion marring its monstrous visage. In that instant, time held its breath, and I felt it, a fleeting chance to change everything. But as quickly as it came, despair surged back, louder than before. Together? I screamed, my voice hoarse, raw, pushing against the tide of fear. We must fight together. The bonds of friendship and fear intertwined as we charged again, hearts pounding in unison like war drums, destiny beckoning. It wasn't just a battle against Humbaba, it was a battle against every doubt, every specter of our past, every whispered fear of failure. But the resolution didn't come easy. The confrontation was a whirlwind of fury and pain, a chaotic dance where breaths became shallow and the lines between life and death blurred. Each moment felt like a century, each strike a prayer, each dodge a desperate plea for survival. And in that dark, swirling moment, I felt time slip away, the forest closing in, shadows stretching out like claws, and I realized, this wasn't just about conquering a monster. It was a confrontation with ourselves, our deepest fears laid bare, with glory and failure hanging in the balance, and we were but threads woven into the fabric of fate. What awaited us at the end of this chaos, I could not tell. Would victory taste sweet, or would we awaken from this nightmare to find we had become the very monsters we sought to slay? The answer danced on the edge of my consciousness, just out of reach, as we plunged deeper into the storm, driven by hope and haunted by dread. The forest lay still, a heavy blanket of silence wrapping itself around the remains of the battlefield. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood mixed with the pungent smell of scorched earth. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, the echoes of victory still ringing in my ears, and yet, a hollow ache lingered deep within my chest. We had defeated Humbaba, the monstrous guardian of the cedar forest, but at what cost? I remember the moment, his roar, a thunder that shook the very roots of the trees, as if the earth itself were warning us. He towered above us, a grotesque figure carved from nightmares, with skin like ancient bark and eyes that burned like twin suns. And there we were, Gilgamesh and I, two men bound by friendship and the thirst for glory, standing against a beast that seemed to embody the wrath of nature itself. Every swing of my axe felt heavy, a weight of fate pressing down on my shoulders. The clash of metal against flesh reverberated through me, each strike a desperate plea for triumph, yet tinged with an undercurrent of sorrow. Did we truly win? I whispered to myself, the question lingering like a ghost in the shadows of my thoughts. Gilgamesh stood beside me, his chest heaving, eyes alight with the fire of conquest, but I could see the flicker of doubt creeping into his expression. His hand trembled slightly, stained with the blood of a creature that had once been a guardian, an ancient protector of the woods. "Look at what we've accomplished, Enkidu," he declared, his voice a mixture of triumph and disbelief. Yet, I could hear the tremor beneath his bravado, the uncertainty that lurked like a thief in the night. This was not the victory he had envisioned, not the glory he had sought. The spoils of war felt more like a curse than a blessing. I watched as he lifted the severed head of Humbaba, the monstrous gaze frozen in a final moment of rage, and I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine. Victory! They say it is sweet, but this was something else entirely. It tasted like ash, like the remnants of a dream drowned in the harsh light of reality. I turned my back to the grotesque prize, my heart heavy with the weight of the forest's loss. The trees stood as silent witnesses, their once proud forms now marred by the chaos we had unleashed. "Look at what we've done," I said, my voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile stillness that surrounded us. Gilgamesh's face hardened, the fire in his eyes dimming. "We freed the forest from his tyranny," he insisted, his voice echoing off the trees, desperate for affirmation, but the shadows whispered a different tale. The victory had stained the land, the creatures that had once roamed freely now lay silent. I felt the weight of their loss pressing down, a sorrow so deep it threatened to pull me under. I remembered the night spent under the stars, speaking of dreams and glory, of kingship and friendship. But now, those dreams felt trivial, like leaves caught in a tempest. What use were dreams when the earth itself mourned? "We were supposed to be heroes," I said, feeling the bitterness rise in my throat. The laughter, the camaraderie, it all seemed lost, swallowed by the enormity of our actions. Suddenly, a rustle broke the eerie quiet, a reminder that life, even in death, clings to the edges of existence. I turned, my heart racing, ready to face whatever spectre emerged, but it was just a deer, its eyes wide with terror, darting away from the scent of blood. I cleared my throat, the lump of regret lodged there refusing to budge. "Look at it, Gilgamesh," I said, gesturing toward the fleeing creature. "We have done this." He stepped forward, the weight of his triumph settling heavily on his shoulders. "What do you mean?" "We have liberated the people. We have given them hope." The hope sounded hollow, echoing back at us like a taunt. Did he believe it? Could he really see the glory in the horror we had wrought? I wanted to shake him, to make him see the truth that loomed over us like a dark cloud. I remember the tales of heroes, of kings who returned from battle bearing gifts, but all I felt was the pulse of despair. The spoils of our conquest felt like a burden, not a prize. The weight of Humbaba's head, this trophy, seemed to mock us, a grotesque reminder of the cost of our ambition. Had we not come to seek friendship, to forge a bond that would last beyond the ages? But now, standing amidst the ruins of our victory, I felt the fracture between us widen. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice trembling as I faced the truth we had both been avoiding. Gilgamesh looked at me, the fire flickering in his gaze, and I saw the conflict within him. The pulse of glory battled against the creeping dread of loss. "Now we celebrate," he said with forced bravado, but I could see it, the cracks in his armor. The laughter of the people that would ring hollow, the songs that would echo with discord. I felt the universe holding its breath, waiting for our next move. The stars overhead blinked like distant memories, urging us to remember what we had lost amidst our thirst for power. Time stretched, a taut rope pulled between us, and I could feel the weight of anticipation, the delicate balance of our friendship teetering on the edge. I reached for him, desperate to bridge the chasm that had opened between us, but I hesitated. The shadows deepened around us, whispering of choices made and paths not taken. What lay ahead was uncertain, a landscape of both glory and grief. As we stood there, on the precipice of what we had wrought, the forest sighed. It was a mournful sound, a lament for the protector we had slain. I took a deep breath, inhaling the bitter air, and felt the weight of destiny pressing down on my chest. Victory was ours, but the spoils? They were hauntingly bittersweet, and as the trees rustled in the wind, I knew this was only the beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest of cedars. Gilgamesh stood, heart racing, his sword slick with the blood of the beast. Each pulse of his heart echoed like a drum, pounding out a rhythm of triumph and despair intertwined. Enkidu, beside him, breathed heavily, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. "Did we truly need to kill him?" he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, trembling like leaves in a bitter wind. Humbaba lay sprawled before them, his once mighty frame now crumpled and defeated, eyes wide with shock and pain. The dying monster's breath came in ragged gasps, a haunting melody of anguish. Gilgamesh felt the weight of his victory press down on his shoulders, like a crown of thorns instead of glory. He had slain the guardian of the sacred forest, but now, as he looked into Humbaba's eyes, he saw a spark of something else. Rage? Fear? Or perhaps a desperate plea for mercy? "I remember," Humbaba rasped, his voice a gurgle of bitterness that hung thick in the twilight. "The gods gifted me these woods. I was their protector." The word slashed through the silence, raw and laced with regret. Gilgamesh felt a shiver run through him, an echo of the wrath that would soon unravel his world. "You shall not escape my curse," Humbaba hissed, each word a dagger thrust into the heart of their triumph. "You think yourself a king? You will know despair, Gilgamesh. You will grieve, and the shadows will follow you." Each syllable hung in the air like a dark storm cloud, swirling ominously. Enkidu's face blanched, his instinct screaming that this was no idle threat. "We need to leave," he urged, eyes darting around as if the trees themselves might rise up against them. But Gilgamesh stood frozen, grappling with the enormity of the moment, a crossroads of fate laid bare before him. "Despair?" Gilgamesh challenged, his voice trembling with the weight of pride and fear. "What does a dying wretch know of a king's heart?" But even as the words left his mouth, doubt crept in like a shadow. The curse was a thing of darkness, a whisper in the night that could seep into the very marrow of his bones. What if the monster's rage was justified? What if they had unleashed something far more malevolent than they could comprehend? "Maybe we should listen," Enkidu argued, desperation creeping into his tone. "It's just words, but words can be powerful." He reached out a hand, as if to touch the dying beast, to feel the pulse of its anguish, but Gilgamesh jerked back, the fear of loss tightening his throat. He remembered the dreams, dark, swirling visions of grief and shadows. Was this what it meant to be king? To wear a crown forged in blood and regret? "I remember," Humbaba's voice faltered, dragging Gilgamesh back into the moment. "The night is long, and the spirits of the fallen whisper your name. You will lose what you hold most dear." A shiver crept down his spine, the word sinking into his skin like a chill. He could feel Enkidu's presence beside him, grounding yet disconcerting. The fierce bond between them, a testament to the wildness they had shared, now quaked under the weight of impending doom. "Enough!" Gilgamesh shouted, the sound bursting forth like a tidal wave of fury and fear. "What power have you, Humbaba, in this moment of defeat?" But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at his heart, a relentless beast clawing at the edges of his resolve. Enkidu looked at him, eyes searching, pleading for clarity, for assurance that they were still the masters of their destiny. The last breath left Humbaba's lungs, a shuddering sigh that seemed to echo through the forest. In that silence, time twisted, pulling them into an abyss of uncertainty. The wood shivered, as if acknowledging the weight of the curse that had just been unleashed. Shadows danced between the trees, and the air grew heavy with the whispers of the dead, long-forgotten stories lurking in the dark. Enkidu, Gilgamesh turned to his friend, desperation clawing at his throat. What if the curse is real? What if we've awakened something we cannot control? The question hung between them, a fragile thread stretched taut in the gathering dark. Enkidu's brow furrowed, his fierce spirit faltering under the weight of doubt. Then we must face it together, he replied, voice steady despite the tremor beneath it. We have faced beasts and gods. This is no different. But they both felt it then, a cold wind wrapping around their hearts, the touch of the curse like ice against their skin. The shadows deepened, pressing against their shoulders, a weight that threatened to crush their resolve. Gilgamesh closed his eyes, feeling the darkness seep into his soul, whispering secrets of grief, love, and loss. I remember the dreams, the faces of those I love, he murmured, a tremor slipping into his voice. Will I lose them, Enkidu? Together, Enkidu affirmed, but the uncertainty flickered in his eyes. The curse was more than words, it was a promise of suffering, a shadow cast over their friendship and their destinies. We cannot let fear consume us. We shall fight. But in that moment, a pulse of doubt rippled through the air, a reminder that even the strongest bonds might not withstand the test of fate. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the world around them fell into shadow. Gilgamesh felt the darkness clutching at his heart, a gaping maw waiting to devour him whole. Let us return, he said, voice barely a whisper. Let us prepare for what is to come. He reached out for Enkidu, their fingers intertwining, an anchor in the storm of uncertainty. But as they turned to leave, the wood seemed to swell with ominous laughter, the echoes of Humbaba's curse wrapping around them, a spectre of despair that would follow them to the very ends of the earth. And in the heart of night, as their souls intertwined in fear and defiance, they knew that the battle had only just begun. The curse was an unrelenting ghost, and they were bound to it, forever marked by the shadows of their choice. The moon hangs low, a silver blade slicing through the velvet night, casting shadows that dance like specters across the ancient city of Uruk. I stand amidst the chaos, breathless, my heart a wild drum echoing against the stones of the temple. Ishtar, the mighty goddess, wrapped in a radiant glow, radiates power, her dark curls cascading like a waterfall of obsidian. Yet tonight, beneath her divine facade, a tempest stirs. I can feel it in the air, thick and suffocating, crackling like the tension before a storm. She gazes toward me, her eyes pools of longing, despair, and something far more dangerous, a feral hunger. Gilgamesh, she breathes, the name rolling off her tongue like honey, sweet yet suffocating. Her voice, a symphony of silk and steel, vibrates through the air. Why do you deny me? And there he stands, Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, tall, regal, cloaked in arrogance and untamed spirit. A monument of flesh and sinew, yet so profoundly human. He watches her, a storm of emotion swirling in his chest. The weight of his refusal hangs heavy, palpable, as if the very gods conspired to forge an iron chain binding his heart. He shakes his head, an ocean of defiance in his gaze, piercing through her desire. I do not want you, he declares, his voice steady but laced with a quiver, the words sharp like shards of glass. Ishtar recoils as if struck, her face a mask of disbelief, the air around her crackling with unspent wrath. I see the goddess, the great warrior of love and war, the very embodiment of femininity, unraveling before my eyes. You deny the caress of a goddess, she whispers, her tone shifting, curdling like milk left too long in the sun. The shadows deepen, swallowing the light, and for a fleeting moment, I feel the world teeter on the brink of chaos, suspended in the time between breaths. Gilgamesh, his heart pounding, stands firm, the resolute stone against the tumult of her emotions. You are not love, Ishtar, he says, regret lacing his voice like a bitter herb. You are conquest, a fleeting passion that leaves ashes in its wake. The goddess recoils, her lips twisting into a snarl, and I watch as the air thickens, charged with unholy power. She is rage personified, the embodiment of scorn. I will show you the depths of my wrath, she hisses, and I shiver. Her voice climbs to a crescendo, reverberating through the very fabric of the night. You will learn what it means to reject a goddess. The ground trembles beneath her fury as she summons the shadows, dark tendrils winding around her like serpents, each a manifestation of her pain. I can hear the whispers of the forgotten, the souls of those who dared to cross her, begging for mercy in a language older than time. She is beautiful and terrifying, radiating a raw, primal energy that threatens to swallow the stars themselves. In the depths of his heart, I sense Gilgamesh's fear, the crack in his armor widening. He does not back down, he stands tall, a titan among men, yet I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "I will not be your pawn," he says, the intensity of his words hanging heavily in the air, mingling with the tension that suffocates me. But it's too late. Ishtar, fueled by rejection, unleashes her wrath upon the city. The heavens darken, and the winds howl like a grieving lover. I shudder, feeling the pulse of destruction as she calls forth the beasts of the earth, the demons of the night, a vengeance that will not be sated until blood stains the ground. I remember the tales, the whispers of Ishtar's fury, the way she would make men tremble with a glance, but this is something else entirely. The city of Uruk, once a monument to humanity, now stands on the precipice of despair. I feel the urgency pulse in my veins, a primal fear that clutches at my throat. The line between goddess and monster blurs, and I am trapped in the distortion of her heart. "Why do you fight, Gilgamesh?" Ishtar's voice, now haunting, echoes through the ruins of my soul. "Why choose agony over ecstasy?" He takes a step toward her, the flicker of empathy igniting within him. "Because I would not be enthralled by your beauty if it comes with chains," he replies, voice low, yet steady, a heartbeat against the rising chaos. Love should not be a battlefield. But the goddess, consumed by her anguish, laughs, a sound that reverberates like broken glass against stone. "You think yourself a king," she spits, venom coating her words, "yet you are but a fleeting shadow in my light." The ground trembles beneath us, the sky darkening, a cosmic storm brewing above. And yet, in this moment of chaos, there is a strange stillness, like the eye of a hurricane. Gilgamesh stands defiant, a silhouette against the swirling dark, while Ishtar's fury threatens to consume all. I feel myself teetering on the edge of a great abyss, caught in the tumult of their hearts, the dance of divine and mortal love turned sour. "Let the night consume you, then," he challenges, his voice rising, a pulse amidst the cacophony. "But I will not bend to a goddess, nor will I be your captive." And in that moment, as the very fabric of existence trembles, I see Ishtar's expression shift, her beauty, once radiant, now tinged with despair. Ishtar, the goddess of love, finds herself bereft, heart shattered against the rocks of rejection. The storm of her emotions lashes out, but I can sense the flicker of vulnerability beneath it all. "I remember the nights we shared," she murmurs, her voice breaking, the tempest within her quivering like a candle in the wind. The laughter, the warmth. "What do you remember, Gilgamesh?" A heartbeat hangs between them, a moment suspended in time, raw and heavy with unspoken truths. The city stands still, the world holding its breath, watching, waiting, and I am caught in this web of tangled emotions. I see the shadow of a love that might have been, a connection twisted by fate and folly. "Those nights are lost to me now," he replies, his voice softening, but the distance remains, a chasm carved from pride and pain. "Yet I will not return to your arms, Ishtar." As the darkness swallows the light, the sky ignites with the wrath of a goddess scorned. The city trembles, and I feel fear creeping into my veins like ice. The promise of chaos looms large, a reckoning that neither of them can escape. The echoes of their conflict linger, wrapping around my heart like a vice, as I sense that this battle is far from over. Love twisted into ruin, a goddess on the brink of despair, and a king defiant in his heart. The night stretches before us, vast and unyielding, filled with the ghosts of what could have been and the spectre of what is yet to come. And in the shadows, I stand witness to their tempest, knowing that this story is only just beginning. The earth trembles beneath the weight of a god's fury. Under the blood-red sky, the air crackles with electricity, as if the very fabric of reality shudders in anticipation. I stand on the walls of Uruk, the city I've called home, and I can already taste the bitterness of fear coiling thick in my throat. The silence before the storm hangs heavy, oppressive. I remember the laughter that filled these streets just yesterday, it feels like a lifetime ago. Now, dread seeps into the bones of the city like a creeping poison, a darkness that heralds the coming calamity. Do you hear that? Gilgamesh murmurs, his voice thick with the weight of foreboding. He's beside me, a towering figure, fierce and proud, yet I see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The mighty king, who had faced monsters and gods alike, now feels as fragile as the delicate petals of the cypress tree swaying in the wind. He clenches his fists, knuckles white, and I can almost see the memories haunting him, those visions of conquest, of immortality, now overshadowed by an impending doom. I want to scream, to shake him from his reverie. It's coming, Gilgamesh! The Bull of Heaven! I choke on the words, my heart hammering like a war drum in my chest. Ishtar's wrath is not a simple tempest, it is a tidal wave that crashes through the fragile walls of our existence. The goddess of love and war has unleashed her fury, and we are but pawns in her game of vengeance. Why would she do this? Enkidu stands nearby, his eyes wide with the shock of realization. The wild man, forged from clay, once a protector of the natural world, now feels the sting of betrayal like a sharpened blade. He had tasted the sweetness of life, friendship, love, and the harsh beauty of mortality. This moment, however, threatens to snatch it all away. Ishtar's pride is a fire that devours everything in its path, he whispers, anguish lacing his words. But we are innocent in this. Innocence is a fleeting shadow in the face of divine wrath. I remember the moment we rejected Ishtar's advances, laughing in the face of her seductive power, thinking ourselves invincible. But now, with the Bull of Heaven stalking the fields of Uruk, we understand the price of our arrogance. The ground shakes again, a low growl echoing from beyond the horizon. The air shifts, thick with the scent of burnt earth and despair. It arrives with the fury of a tempest, a magnificent beast, its eyes like molten gold, glinting with malice. It's a creature born of nightmares, a cosmic embodiment of Ishtar's rage, towering over us like the very mountains. The Bull of Heaven roars, its voice reverberating through the city, striking terror into the hearts of men. I feel it deep within my bones, resonating with the pulse of dread that thrums in the air. We must fight. Gilgamesh's voice rises above the chaos, a desperate rallying cry. But his bravado is a facade, a fragile mask worn to shield his own fear. I see it in the way his shoulders slump, the way his courage wavers beneath the crushing weight of impending doom. The bull's roar drowns his words, a cruel reminder of our mortality. I remember the nights filled with stories of heroes, of men who defied gods and beasts, who danced with fate and emerged triumphant. But those tales feel distant now, mere echoes in the shadow of the bull. The laughter of yesterday twists into a chilling mockery as the beast demolishes the fields, the crops, the homes of our loved ones. Each bellow of the beast is a countdown to our demise. Enkidu stares into the abyss, a reflection of the chaos within. We were brothers, he murmurs, grief-stricken. We were meant to stand against the darkness, not be consumed by it. His words cut deep, the raw truth of our bond gnawing at the edges of my soul. I remember the nights we sat together under the stars, dreaming of a world free from the clutch of divine cruelty. Now, that world feels like a cruel joke, a mirage slipping through our fingers. The bull charges, a force of nature unleashed. I am rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the sheer ferocity of its approach. The earth quakes beneath its hooves, each step resonating with the finality of death. I can see the panic spreading through the crowds, the crumbling bravado of warriors who once believed they could face anything. Run! I scream, adrenaline surging through me, igniting my limbs. Get to the temples. Find shelter. But my words are lost in the chaos, swallowed by the roar of destruction. Families scatter, mothers clutching their children, fathers ushering their kin away from the reckoning that draws near. Gilgamesh, fierce and proud, stands his ground. I will not flee, he declares, defiance igniting in his eyes. I will face the bull, for my people, for my city, for you. He steps forward, a warrior ready to embrace his fate. But I see the truth, the glimmer of fear behind his bravado, the uncertainty that gnaws at him. Gilgamesh, please. I reach out, fear clawing at my insides. You can't, but he is already lost to the moment, a titan against the tide of chaos, charging toward the bull with the fierce determination of a lion. Enkidu follows, the bond of friendship and loyalty pushing him forward into the maelstrom. And I am left standing on the precipice, watching the warriors embrace their fate, the ground trembling beneath us, the shadow of the bull looming large. This is Ishtar's vengeance. I scream into the void, a prayer, and a curse all at once. The bull's roar rips through the air, a sound that echoes through time and space. It's the sound of destruction, of dreams shattered and lives extinguished. I remember those dreams, the laughter that once filled our hearts now replaced by the bitter taste of despair. As the confrontation unfolds, I feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, the devastation unfolding before my eyes, a cosmic dance of chaos and grief, a reminder that no matter how high we rise, the gods always have the final say. And in that moment, as the sky darkens with the promise of doom, I realize we are all but players in a tragedy that has yet to conclude, our fates intertwined in the blood-soaked tapestry of destiny. The air was thick with dread, suffocating, as the haunting silence fell over the desolate landscape. I remember the ground vibrating beneath my feet, a warning tremor echoing the heartbeat of the beast. The moment sliced through time, freezing the world in an eerie stillness. Gilgamesh stood beside me, his eyes blazing with untamed fury, the kind that makes the heart swell and shatter all at once. I could feel the weight of his ambition, a reckless desire to carve his name into the annals of history, to defy the gods themselves. In his mind, this battle against the bull, this terror unleashed, was not just a fight for survival, it was a claim staked on eternity. And then there it was, the bull, emerging from the shadows like a nightmare given flesh. Muscles rippling, horns curving menacingly toward the heavens, it was a creature forged from wrath, a specter of destruction. Every snort sent shivers down my spine, a sound both primal and foreboding, echoing through my very soul. I could see the rage in its eyes, a reflection of the storm brewing inside me, fear, anger, desperation. I remembered my own origins, the wideness of the forest I had once roamed, and how it felt to be untrammeled. Yet now, as the bull pawed the earth, as if summoning the very forces of chaos, I felt a stark loneliness wash over me, a bond forged in the wilderness now threatened by this beast. Gilgamesh gripped his sword, knuckles white, and I could see the sweat glistening on his brow, a stark contrast to the chill that wrapped around us. "This is for Uruk," he growled, though I could hear the crack in his voice, a hint of uncertainty creeping in alongside the bravado. I wanted to tell him to hold on, to calm the tempest that raged within, but the words caught in my throat, choking on the weight of our shared fears. Each breath felt heavier, the gravity of the moment pulling us closer to the abyss. I could feel it even before the bull charged, the air thickening, time stretching as it bore down upon us. I remember the sun blaring down, illuminating the sweat glistening on our skin, and the shadows of our fears creeping over us like a cloak. I became acutely aware of every detail, the sharp scent of crushed earth, the distant cries of the forgotten, the heartbeat of the world around us quickening. And then, it happened, a roar that shattered the silence, echoing into the cosmos, igniting the very marrow of my bones. The bull lunged, and instinct kicked in. Gilgamesh moved like the wind, a blur of defiance and anger, his sword gleaming under the harsh sun. He struck with a force that seemed almost divine, his muscles coiling and releasing like the ancient stories told in taverns. But the bull, a creature of unyielding fury, twisted away, the blade missing its mark, and it charged again, a whirlwind of power and rage. I found myself at the edge of the fray, torn between loyalty and fear. I remember feeling the pulse of uncertainty in my chest, my heart thudding like war drums, each beat reminding me of the fleeting nature of life. "Enkidu, fight!" Gilgamesh's voice cut through the haze, a clarion call that jolted me from my stupor. I leaped into the fray, primal instincts taking over as I circled the beast. The bull was not just an animal, it was chaos incarnate, a manifestation of everything we feared and wanted to conquer. I lunged, my arms outstretched, but my confidence faltered as the bull turned its malevolent gaze toward me, and in that moment, I saw a reflection of my own struggles, every bit of wildness, every longing for acceptance, every fear of being left behind. We danced around each other, a grotesque ballet of fury and desperation. I remember the impact of hooves against flesh, the muscle-straining effort as we pushed against the inevitable. The roar of the bull filled my ears, drowning out everything else, the cries of the city, the whispers of the gods, the very breath of the earth. I swung my weapon, a desperate strike that barely grazed the beast, and for a moment, I was paralyzed by the realization that we were not just fighting for ourselves. This battle was a reflection of our very souls. Together? Gilgamesh shouted, his voice a lifeline in the chaos. I locked eyes with him, a silent understanding forging between us, an unspoken pact to face the storm side by side. We were not just warriors, we were friends bound by fate, each scar on our bodies a testament to the journeys we had taken. As we charged together, something shifted. I felt the surge of strength, raw, untamed, and I let it guide my movements as we struck the bull again, our spirits entwined in the struggle. Each blow we landed felt like a prayer, a desperate hope that perhaps we could triumph over this nightmare, over our own fears. But the bull, relentless and vicious, retaliated with fury. It charged again, and I remember feeling time stretch, each second a lifetime as I braced for impact. And then came the collision, a cacophony of sound and fury, the world around us dissolving into chaos. Pain radiated through me as I staggered, breathless, yet there was a flicker of hope amidst the agony. I realized that we were not fighting alone. The spirit of our city, the legacy of our people surged within us, fueling our resolve. We were warriors, but we were also a part of something bigger, a tapestry woven from dreams, hopes, and the relentless pursuit of glory. With renewed vigor, we surged forward, our hearts sinking like a drumbeat against the overwhelming roar of the bull. I could see the fear in Gilgamesh's eyes, but also an unyielding determination that set my own heart aflame. For Uruk, he cried, a battle cry that ignited our spirits. The fight was far from over, and I could feel the swell of emotions crashing like waves against the shore. Each heartbeat echoed our struggles, our fears, and our dreams, a testament to our relentless spirit. As we engaged the bull once more, our breaths heavy with the weight of the moment, I knew this battle, this struggle, would shape us, forever binding us in a way that transcended mere friendship. And as the dust swirled around us, as the world narrowed to this singular moment of fury, I felt the threads of fate tighten, drawing us inexorably toward a climax that would test not just our strength, but the very essence of who we were. So we fought, hearts racing, souls entwined, each pulse a vow of defiance against the darkness. The battle against the bull raged on, a relentless tempest, and we were the eye of the storm, ready to unleash the fury within. The night was thick with an unsettling hush, thick enough to press down on your chest, stealing the breath from your lungs. The moon hung low, casting a spectral light that stretched shadows into grotesque forms, writhing and twisting as if they bore a life of their own. Enkidu lay on the cold ground, shivering not from the chill but from the weight of a fear that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. He felt it creeping through the darkness, wrapping around his heart, squeezing tighter with every fleeting thought. I remember the moment it began, my skin prickling with the chill of an eerie foreboding. It was as if the universe decided to let me peek through a keyhole into the abyss of my soul. I saw flashes, broken images, a kaleidoscope of terror and inevitability. I was running. Running from shadows that whispered my name, taunting me with the tender promise of fate. I was not alone. Gilgamesh, my friend, my brother forged from fire and fierce ambition, stood beside me, his brow furrowed with the weight of some unseen burden. Enkidu, he called softly, his voice a mix of concern and something heavier, something darker. What troubles you? I could not answer. The dreams had come for me, dragging me through the corridors of my mind, each turn revealing new horrors. In one moment, I saw a vast, empty city, its streets littered with the bones of the forgotten. The silence was deafening, echoing with the cries of those who had once lived, their joy now a mere ghost within the walls. I stumbled through the shadows, trying to find light, but it eluded me, slipping through my fingers like the essence of life itself. Then came the figures cloaked in darkness, their faces obscured, yet I felt their eyes, piercing, accusing. They beckoned me closer, and the ground beneath my feet trembled. I fell, tumbling into an abyss of swirling colors, past memories flooding my senses. I saw the day I met Gilgamesh, the laughter we shared, the warmth of friendship blossoming like wildflowers after a storm. But the laughter faded. The flowers wilted. I remember. I whispered into the void, my voice trembling. I remember the joy. I remember the battle we fought together, side by side, against the beasts that threatened our home. We were invincible then. But as the memories twisted and turned, they morphed into a grotesque parody of that joy. The beasts became shadows, and I could hear their growls, deep, resonant, echoing through the chambers of my soul. Gilgamesh placed a hand on my shoulder, grounding me, but even he couldn't shake the foreboding that clung to us both. What do you see, Enkidu? What do these dreams hold? I recoiled, the visions pressing down like an iron weight. They're warnings of darkness. I see my end, Gilgamesh. I see the shadows that consume me. The air grew heavier, thick with dread. I could feel it all around us, a tangible thing, wrapping around our throats like a noose. I fought against it, but the truth was clawing its way to the surface, a ravenous beast that refused to be silenced. The dream shifted again, and I found myself standing before a vast, ancient tree, its gnarled roots stretching deep into the earth, a guardian of secrets long buried. I could hear whispers rustling through its leaves, a language of the ancients, the echoes of lives lived long ago. I felt a sudden pull, like an unseen hand beckoning me forward. The bark was rough against my palm, and as I pressed my forehead against it, I saw flashes of the future, a world ravaged by despair, cities turned to ash, friendships crumbling beneath the weight of betrayal. The images flickered like a dying flame, and I dared not linger, afraid of what I might uncover. I turned back, but Gilgamesh was gone. Alone, I felt the shadows encroaching, wrapping around me like a shroud. I remember the laughter. I choked, the words raw and jagged against my throat. I remember the light. But the light was fading, slipping away like grains of sand through my fingers. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath me, and I fell deeper into the abyss. I could feel the darkness crawling up my legs, wrapping around my waist, trying to pull me down. I screamed, a sound that echoed into nothingness, a plea for salvation that went unanswered. And then, I saw it, a figure emerging from the shadows, a twisted reflection of myself, a spectre of my own making. Eyes wide, I took a step back.
Who are you?
But the figure only smiled, a cruel, knowing smile that sent shivers racing down my spine. I am your fate, Enkidu. You cannot escape me. With a jolt, I awoke, gasping for air, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. The night was silent again, but the fears lingered, the dreams pressing against the edges of my consciousness. Gilgamesh was there beside me, his eyes reflecting the moonlight, piercing through the darkness that cloaked our surroundings. Enkidu, what did you see? I could only shake my head, the weight of my dreams too heavy to share. The words caught in my throat like shards of glass. But I felt it then, the connection, the bond forged through dreams, fears, and the fragile threads of our shared fate. As the night deepened, the shadows lingered, and I knew, that the dawn would not lighten the dread that settled in my bones. I could feel the weight of the cosmos bearing down upon us, the ticking clock of fate counting down to an inevitable reckoning, and I could do nothing but stand on the precipice, waiting for the plunge. The clock ticked on, and the darkness whispered, a promise of what was to come. The sun hung low, a molten eye bleeding into the horizon, casting shadows so long they seemed to stretch into eternity. I stood there, mere inches from Enkidu, who lay enveloped in a shroud of fever, each breath a battle against the invisible scourge that clawed at his flesh. His body was racked with tremors, a marionette with snipped strings, and the silence of the room swelled around us like a suffocating fog. I remember the way the scent of sweat mingled with the aroma of bitter herbs, a grotesque perfume that clung to the very walls of our friendship. My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat that echoed the uncertainty pooling in my gut. Gilgamesh, he rasped, his voice a fragile whisper, barely breaking the stillness. I can't, his words faltered, and the space between us crackled with unspoken fears. I leaned closer, desperate to catch every syllable, every fleeting thought that flickered like dying embers in his fevered mind. I remember, I began, clenching my fists to steady the tremors in my own soul. I remember the day we first met, wild and untamed like the wind itself. His laughter had been the thunder in the stillness of my life, a riot of spirit breaking through the mundanity of kingship. But now, my voice cracked, raw and unyielding. Now this shadow looms over us. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, I could see the battles we fought, the monsters we vanquished, the laughter that spilled like wine over our shared victories. But now, those memories felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter under the weight of despair that hung heavy in the air. The journey, it was not meant to end like this, Enkidu, I murmured, words spilling out like water through cupped hands, futile and desperate. A moan escaped his lips, raking across my heart like claws against stone. What is the point of glory if we are left to rot, Gilgamesh? What is the point? There it was, his anguish, raw and unfiltered. It echoed through me, a chilling reminder of the truth we both tried to outrun. I felt it then, the creeping dread that nested in my chest, a fear that the bonds we forged could be severed by the cruel side of fate. More than just a friend, he was my mirror, my other half. I had walked the streets of Uruk with him, our laughter weaving through the cobblestones, but now, that laughter felt like a ghost haunting me. I remembered the joyous revelry, the midnight feasts, the way we had danced like fools under the stars, and my heart twisted, a visceral ache that clawed at my insides. Do not mourn for me, he whispered, his words feather-like yet heavy with the weight of inevitability. The air curdled with the bitterness of impending loss. Look beyond, create the legacy, Gilgamesh. You are the strongest. But what was strength in the face of despair? What was glory when stripped of joy? I wanted to scream, to shake him from this nightmare, to tell him that I was not ready for this, that the world was not ready for a Gilgamesh without Enkidu. I could hear the faint ticking of a clock in the distance, marking time like a relentless thief. Each tick echoed in my mind, a reminder that I was powerless against the relentless march of fate. I wanted to wrestle with the gods, challenge death itself, but here I was, watching helplessly as my brother slipped further away, shadows curling around him as if the night itself sought to claim him. Do not leave me, I pleaded, the words tumbling from my lips in a desperate rush. What am I without you? A king with no kingdom, a heart carved from stone. I reached out, grasping his hand, feeling the fevered heat radiating like fire, a contrast so stark against the chill of death that lurked in the periphery. His fingers curled weakly around mine, a feeble attempt to reassure us both. You will find your way, he murmured, but the conviction was wavering, like a candle flickering in a tempest. You will be the greatest. Even as he spoke, I could see the life ebbing from him, a river of light retreating from its shores. I wanted to scream, to wail against the injustice of it all, but the words lodged in my throat, a bitter stone of helplessness. I remember the night we fought the bull of heaven, roaring with life and ferocity. I had felt invincible then. Now, I felt like a child lost in a dark forest, the shadows closing in. You are my strength, I whispered, my voice breaking like fragile glass. You cannot leave me, not like this. But as night surrendered to the encroaching darkness, I could see the light in Enkidu's eyes dimming, flickering like a dying star. The silence wrapped around us, thick and suffocating, each heartbeat a reminder of the abyss that awaited. I refused to let go, to relinquish my grip on the only thing that grounded me, even as the air grew stale and heavy. Gilgamesh, his voice was barely a breath now, a ghost of what it once was, lost amidst the sounds of the world outside that seemed so oblivious. Remember me. The words hung there, stark against the encroaching shadows, and I felt my heart crack, a splintering, jagged wound that threatened to swallow me whole. I will honor you, I swore, my voice fierce and raw. But the promise felt like sand slipping through my fingers, a futile attempt to grasp something ephemeral. The stars, once bright beacons of hope, now seemed like distant witnesses to our suffering, indifferent to the agony unfolding beneath their gaze. With one final shuddering breath, Enkidu drew a shuddering sigh and the light in his eyes flickered out, leaving behind a haunting emptiness that echoed through my being. The silence was deafening, a cruel reminder of the void that had opened up, and I collapsed to the ground, clutching his lifeless hand, the warmth fading from my skin. Enkidu! I roared, a primal sound that tore through the stillness. Grief swept over me, a tide of sorrow that threatened to drown. I wanted to claw at the earth, to shake the heavens, to scream until my throat bled with despair. But all that came was the echo of my own heart breaking, a sound lost to the void. Time ceased to exist as the night wrapped its tendrils around me, cold and unforgiving. I was left with nothing but shadows and memories, a king stripped of his crown, a warrior without his sword. I felt like a ghost within my own skin, wandering through the ruins of what once was, each step heavier, each breath more labored, as the darkness closed in. And somewhere, deep in the recesses of my shattered heart, I realized this was not the end. It was just the beginning of a different battle, one that would draw me into the depths of despair and challenge the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The cosmos had tilted, and I stood on the precipice, teetering between grief and the promise of a world that awaited my reckoning. The air was thick with sorrow, a palpable weight pressing down on the city of Uruk. I could hear the wails before I saw them, raw, heart-wrenching cries that sliced through the dawn like a knife. It was as if the very earth trembled in mourning. Enkidu! The name echoed, a single mournful note that reverberated through the hearts of all who stood witness. I was among them, caught in a tide of grief, my chest tight, my lungs fighting for breath. Gilgamesh stood at the forefront, a titan brought low. Once the embodiment of strength, he now seemed a shadow of himself, his broad shoulders slumped, his regal visage marred by tears that coursed down his cheeks like rivers of despair. It was a sight that shattered the heart. He called out, not just for his friend, but for the part of himself that had been cleaved away, the part that had danced in the sunlight, that had reveled in the wildness of life. I remember the laughter, he shouted, voice cracking under the weight of his agony. I remember the battles we fought, the nights we spent beneath the stars, dreaming of glory. Around him, the crowd shifted, a sea of grief-stricken faces, eyes wide and glistening. Each person held their own memories of Enkidu, his wild spirit, his laughter, the untamed joy that had once brightened their days. They were all there to mourn, yet the air was electric with something more. A fear that gnawed at the edges of their souls, whispering a truth they dared not confront. Death was not just an end, it was a thief, a spectre that loomed ever closer. As Gilgamesh's voice rose, I felt the earth itself respond, a tremor beneath my feet, a reminder of mortality, of the fleeting nature of existence. Enkidu was my brother. His words hung in the air, heavy with anguish. Together, we scoured the earth, defied the gods. And now I am left alone, a king without a heart. The crowd held its breath, caught in the web of his lament. I could almost see Enkidu's spirit flickering in the shadows, a ghostly figure straddling the line between life and death. He had been more than just a friend, he was a part of Gilgamesh, a wild, untamed force that had pulled the king from the brink of arrogance. What is left for me? Gilgamesh cried, the rawness of his emotion cutting through the crowd like shards of glass. What is life without the wild? His grief poured forth in waves, crashing against the shores of our collective heart. I felt the heat of his sorrow, an inferno that threatened to consume us all. I remember the forests, Enkidu. The beasts we tamed, the nights we danced in revelry. The memory spilled from him, vibrant and alive, painting the air with colors of joy that now felt tainted by the pall of death. I curse the gods. I curse the day they took you from me. A murmur rippled through the crowd, a collective gasp of fear and disbelief. The gods, silent in their celestial palaces, had become adversaries in this moment, a reminder that even the strongest were powerless in the face of fate. But Gilgamesh stood firm, his defiance igniting something within us, a flicker of rebellion against the inevitable. I will not bury you, Enkidu, he declared, fists clenched, face a mask of fury and heartbreak. I will rage against the darkness. I will search the world for the secret of eternal life. The very ground trembled under the force of his vow, shaking the foundations of Uruk. I could feel a heartbeat in the air, the pulse of a city united in grief yet terrified of the spectre of death that loomed over us. Gilgamesh's eyes, once bright with dreams, now burned with a feverish intensity. I will not rest until I find you again. Each word was a lash across the fabric of reality, a promise that sent chills through my spine. I will confront the beasts of the wild, the guardians of the underworld. I will face them all. His voice rose in a crescendo, a battle cry that mingled with the wails of sorrow, morphing into something electric, something dangerously alive. The crowd swayed as one, caught between despair and the fierce energy of his resolve. I could see the faces of my neighbors, their expressions fractured, some stricken with fear, others ignited by his anger. Was it madness that twisted in Gilgamesh's eyes, or was it the spark of hope that flickers even in the darkest of nights? I felt the tears streaming down my own face, mixing with the dirt and dust of the earth. I remember the stars, I whispered, as if sharing a secret with the universe. I remember how they shone so brightly when we were together. But now, in this moment of unrelenting sorrow, they felt distant, cold, and unyielding. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the scene. Shadows lengthened, creeping in like an embrace from the grave. And still, Gilgamesh continued, his voice a raging river that would not be dammed. I will call upon the spirits. I will stand before them and demand to know why they took you from me. The intensity of his vow hung in the air, a promise that would haunt him like a ghost. The city of Uruk stood still, a monument to loss, as grief wrapped around us like a shroud. Gilgamesh's lament was not just for Enkidu, it was an echo of our own fears, of love lost, of bonds severed. I could feel the weight of our collective heartache, a chorus of mourning rising to the heavens, a plea for answers, for solace, for something, anything, beyond this unbearable pain. In that moment, I realized that life, however fleeting, was a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. And even as we mourned, even in our darkest hour, there was a flicker of defiance in our hearts, a refusal to surrender to despair. As the last light of day faded, we stood together, a united front against the night, against death itself, bound by the love that thrummed relentlessly through our veins. Gilgamesh paused, his breath ragged, his eyes glaring into the abyss. I will not forget you, Enkidu. I will carry you with me, always. The night swallowed his words, but the echoes lingered, hanging in the air like the scent of rain on parched earth. And as we stood there, haunted yet hopeful, I knew that this was not the end. No, it was only the beginning of a quest, a journey into the very heart of what it means to truly live, to love, to mourn. The moon hung like a severed eye, wide and unblinking, casting an eerie glow over the desolate landscape of Uruk as Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the city. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant echo of a wolf's howl. It was a sound that wrapped around him, a mournful reminder of mortality, of all the lives that had flickered out like dying stars. He could almost hear the whispers of the dead, their voices swirling around him, taunting, begging for release. Gilgamesh! The voice of Enkidu cut through the night, sharp and urgent. He emerged from the shadows, his face pale, eyes stormy with a mix of fear and desperation. You're chasing phantoms, my friend. The gods do not grant such wishes. But Gilgamesh's heart pounded like a war drum, each beat resonating with an insatiable hunger for life that was not his own. What is death but a thief that robs us of our stories? He spat, almost losing himself in the fervor. I will not let it take me. Not without a fight. The words hung in the air, raw and feral. They were the cries of a man who had lost too much, who had felt the shattering of his soul when Enkidu fell, lifeless in his arms, the weight of friendship turning to ash. The memory clawed at him, relentless, a ghost that refused to settle. I remember the way you laughed, he whispered, more to himself than to Enkidu. I remember the sun kissing your skin, the way it made you glow. Enkidu's eyes softened, shimmering with a mixture of understanding and grief. And what of the sun? His voice trembled, cracking like old stone. It sets, Gilgamesh. It must. But what if I can stop it? Gilgamesh's voice rang out, defiant, echoing off the ancient stones that had borne witness to countless lives. What if I can snatch eternity from the hands of the gods? The words felt powerful, intoxicating, igniting a flame within him that threatened to consume all reason. But deep down, he felt the tug of shadows, the knowledge that such ambitions were woven from threads of madness. Still, he needed to believe. He'd seen the world through the eyes of a god, had tasted glory, and the sweet nectar of love long ago, and now the thought of being mere dust among the stars was unbearable. Where will you go? Enkidu pressed, the worry etched into his brow. What path lies before you? Utnapishtim, Gilgamesh breathed, the name like a sacred incantation. He knows. He defeated death. He lives still, beyond the flood. I will find him and I will learn the secret of immortality. They stood at the precipice of desperation and hope, and the weight of the night bore down upon them, thick like fog. Enkidu glanced back at the city, the flickering lights like fireflies tethered to the earth.
You'll leave it all behind?
For a chance at life that may not exist. The silence that followed was deafening, filled with the unsaid, love, loss, longing. Gilgamesh turned his gaze back to the wilderness that sprawled endlessly before them, a vast expanse of uncertainty. What is a king without his people? I must conquer death, for them, for you. And as he stepped forward, Enkidu's hand shot out, grasping his arm. If you do this, you may never return. I cannot bear to lose you too. The emotion in his voice was palpable, slicing through Gilgamesh's bravado like a dagger. I will come back, he vowed, but the words felt hollow, a fragile promise lost in the churning tides of fate. He shrugged off Enkidu's grip, the pain of separation already an ache deep in his chest. I will not be forgotten. I will carve my name into the stars. With that, he set forth into the darkness, each step a heartbeat of resolve, a rhythm of defiance against the backdrop of despair. The world stretched out before him, wild and untamed, as the echoes of his friend faded behind him. The journey was a tapestry of suffering, each moment a thread woven with grief and longing. Gilgamesh traversed jagged mountains that clawed at the heavens, battled storms that howled like the lost souls beneath his feet. He faced beasts born of nightmares, their breath hot and fetid, the air laden with the scent of blood and decay. Yet with each challenge, the fire within him burned brighter, illuminating the path obscured by doubt. Yet, in the quiet moments, when the moon hung high like a sentinel, he felt the shadows creeping back, whispering reminders of what he had left behind. I remember, he would murmur, allowing the memories to wash over him, Enkidu's laughter, the soft brush of a lover's hand, the thrill of triumph. I remember, as he pressed on, he encountered those who had tasted eternity only to find it a bitter draught. Their faces were etched with sorrow, eyes hollow like the graves they had long since abandoned. What do you seek? One of them asked, voice like gravel. Life? Or the solace of the grave? Gilgamesh refused to listen, his heart pounding with a ferocity that drowned out their words. The quest consumed him, an unquenchable thirst that clawed at his insides. He fought against despair, against the gnawing idea that perhaps the gods were right, that there was no salvation from the cycle of life and death. And in the stillness of the night, when the world was wrapped in shadows, he would scream into the void, a primal call that echoed back with haunting familiarity. He broke himself against the walls of despair, demanding answers from the stars, the cosmos, the very fabric of existence. Tell me, he roared, arms outstretched to the heavens. What is eternity? What does it mean to live forever? But the silence was deafening, the universe indifferent to his plight. The night stretched on, heavy with unfulfilled promises, and the thirst for answers only deepened, pulling him further into darkness as the quest spiraled into something far beyond himself. He felt Enkidu's presence beside him, a flicker of light in the shadows. You're searching for something that may never be found, he whispered, heart aching with the weight of what was lost. Gilgamesh turned, eyes reflecting the cold moonlight, determination hardening his features. I will find him. I will find the way. And as the dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of despair and hope, the journey continued, an endless loop of desire and denial, locking them in an embrace that transcended time itself. The wind howled like a banshee, a tortured wail that echoed through the barren landscape, wrapping around Gilgamesh like a ghostly shroud. His heart raced, pounding against his ribcage like a caged animal desperate for escape. Each breath he took was heavy with the scent of earth and death, a reminder of the flood that swallowed his friend, Enkidu, and left a void that gnawed at his soul. Where are you? He whispered into the darkness, his voice trembling, trailing off into a silence so thick it felt like a living thing. He had come too far, crossed deserts and mountains, faced the wrath of gods, all in the name of friendship. What a foolish notion, he thought bitterly. The echoes of laughter shared with Enkidu haunted him, the memories fractured and twisted, like shards of glass that cut deeper with every thought. And then, like a flickering ember in a dying fire, he saw it, a glimmering oasis shimmering under the pale light of the moon. Utnapishtim. Just a name, but it felt like a promise. The man who had defied the gods, who had tasted immortality, who might hold the answers to a pain that felt insurmountable. Gilgamesh was drawn to the water like a moth to a flame, desperate for knowledge, for solace, for something, anything, that could bring his friend back. Across the oasis stood Utnapishtim, his figure imposing against the night sky, a silhouette of a man wrapped in shadows and enigmas. Time had sculpted him, put lines on his forehead and silver in his hair, yet the fire in his eyes burned bright, an ancient light that hinted at untold stories. Gilgamesh swallowed hard, stepping forward, and the sand crunched beneath his feet, a reminder of each step he had taken toward this moment. "I am Gilgamesh, king of Uruk," he shouted, his voice trembling with a mix of defiance and desperation. "I seek answers. How do I conquer death?" Utnapishtim's laughter resonated, rich and resonant, yet laced with a sorrow that cut through the stillness. "You think you can conquer death?" His words slid into the air like a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. "What makes you so different from every man who has walked the earth? You think you are immortal simply because you are a king." In that instant, Gilgamesh felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. His arrogance, his pride, they were nothing against the cold, unyielding hand of fate. "I am not like them," he shouted, but the desperation in his voice was a thin veil over the truth. Deep within, he felt the panic rise, clawing at his throat. "I have lost everything." "I remember," Utnapishtim said, his tone shifting, a softening of the steel in his voice. "I remember losing everything too." The old man's gaze turned inward, drifting through the memories like a leaf on a river. "I was once a man of flesh and blood, beloved by all. We built cities, crafted dreams, only to watch them drown in the flood." Those words pierced Gilgamesh, and for a moment, he saw it, the swirling waters, the screams of the dying, the chaos of mankind's folly. Utnapishtim's world had crumbled, ripped apart by the very same gods Gilgamesh sought to challenge. The weight of this shared grief hung between them, an invisible thread binding two souls lost in the vastness of time. "How did you survive?" Gilgamesh asked, his voice almost a whisper, each word dripping with vulnerability. "Because I listened." Utnapishtim's eyes locked onto Gilgamesh's, fierce and unwavering. "I listened to the warnings, the whispers of the winds that spoke of impending doom. I built a boat with my hands, gathered my family and the creatures of the earth, and sailed through the storm." A shiver coursed through Gilgamesh. He imagined the chaos, the water rising, sweeping away everything he had ever known. The image of Enkidu's face flickered in his mind, the laughter, the warmth, gone, lost to time. "And now? What is your existence? What is the price of immortality?" "Endless solitude," Utnapishtim replied, his voice a hollow echo. "To live forever is to watch the world change, to witness the rise and fall of empires, and to remain untouched by it all. I am a spectre in a world of mortals." Gilgamesh felt the ground shift beneath him, a realization crashing over him like waves against the shore. Was immortality a gift? Or a curse? The thought spiraled in his mind, crashing against the rocks of his heart. He didn't want to be alone, not like this. He had tasted friendship, companionship, he had laughed, cried, loved. "What do you want from me?" Gilgamesh's voice cracked, revealing the raw edges of his turmoil. "I come seeking answers, but all I find is despair." Utnapishtim tilted his head, studying the young king with the eyes of a man who had lived 1,000 lifetimes. "I can tell you of the flood, of the gods who play with human hearts, but it won't change your fate. You seek to escape mortality, but it is woven into the very fabric of your being." Gilgamesh clenched his fists, anger boiling beneath his sorrow. "But what if I refuse to accept it? What if I fight?" Utnapishtim's laugh rang out once more, a sound filled with both mirth and madness. "You will fight, and you will lose. But in that struggle, you might find something more precious than immortality, understanding." An unsettling silence enveloped them, the moonlight casting ghostly shadows across the oasis as Gilgamesh wrestled the weight of those words. His soul trembled, straddling the precipice of desperation and revelation. Utnapishtim watched, a silent sentinel, waiting for the moment when the realization would dawn like the sun breaking through the darkest night. "I remember," Gilgamesh breathed, feeling the weight of his life pressing in, the echoes of the past swirling around him. Each heartbeat was a reminder of what it meant to be alive, each breath a whisper of hope intertwined with despair. Yet all the while, the cosmos above twinkled indifferently, a million stars watching as two men stood on the brink of understanding and despair, one a king, the other a ghost of a man who had lost everything, caught in the fragile web of life, death, and the choices that lay in between. And as the night deepened, the silence grew heavier, the stakes high, the tension palpable, a moment suspended in time, filled with the promise of secrets yet to be uncovered, and the haunting weight of a truth that loomed just beyond reach. The sky darkened, pregnant with the weight of impending doom. I stood there, gazing at the horizon where oceans seemed to conspire against the earth, their depths swelling with rage, as if nature itself had declared war. An eerie silence wrapped around me, the kind that gnaws at your insides, leaving you breathless. It felt as though the world held its breath, waiting for the plunge, for the chaos that would shatter the fragile stillness. I could see them, the people, my people, scurrying like ants, their faces twisted in fear, their hearts pounding as the first drops of rain began to fall, each drop a harbinger of devastation. I remember the weight of that moment, the tremors of uncertainty shaking my very being. I was Utnapishtim, a name whispered across generations, a mere man now tasked with the burden of remembrance. My heart ached for my wife, my beloved, who clung to my arm, her grip tightening as the skies unleashed their fury. Her eyes, once brimming with joy, now reflected the depths of despair, a mirror of every soul around us. I couldn't bear the thought of losing her, of watching the flood swallow her whole, and yet I stood there, a frail witness to the calamity that was to unfold. Utnapishtim, she cried, her voice slicing through the thick air. What do we do? Can we fight it? And deep within me, a storm raged. I wanted to promise her safety, to wrap her in hope, but how could I? The gods were angry, their whispers a chilling echo in the back of my mind. I knew the tales. I had heard them, hushed words passed around fires by the wise, warnings woven into the fabric of our existence. I remember the shadows that danced across the flickering flames as they spoke of an ancient punishment for the sins of man. I could feel those shadows creeping closer, suffocating, hungry. Run! I yelled, the word erupting from my chest like molten lava. I turned to face the chaos, the throng of bodies moving as one, a living river of terror. My heart raced, pounding like war drums in my ears. Run to the hills. Find shelter. But who could hear me? The thunder roared, drowning my voice, and I was swept into the tide of panic. I remember the moment the first wave struck, crashing down with the ferocity of 1,000 roaring lions. It was a wall of water, a monstrous beast unleashed from the depths, swallowing everything in its path. I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, the world shifting as the gods spat their fury upon us. The cries of children, the wails of the elderly, all drowned in the cacophony of chaos. Hearts broke like fragile glass, shattering under the weight of despair. I fought to keep my grip on her, but the tide pulled, relentless. Stay with me, I pleaded, desperation clawing at my throat. But the flood was merciless. I could feel it, the icy tendrils of fear wrapping around my heart, squeezing tighter as I watched families torn apart, loved ones swept into the depths, their faces twisted in disbelief. And in those harrowing moments, I could not escape the darkness of my own thoughts. I remember the countless nights spent pondering the nature of our existence. Who were we, if not mere specks of dust in the cosmic storm? Was this flood a punishment for our sins, or merely a reflection of our own chaotic hearts? I wished for answers, but the only response was the roar of the waves, the laughter of the gods, cruel and mocking. Through the chaos, I glimpsed a figure, my friend, the hunter, his bow slung across his back, drenched but defiant. He fought against the tide, his spirit unyielding, but I could see the glimmer of doubt in his eyes. Utnapishtim, he shouted, we must find refuge. But how could we take refuge in a world that was unraveling? I felt the weight of time pressing against me, each second dragging on as if it were a lifetime. I remember the stories of our ancestors, tales of heroes and gods, of floods and rebirth. I wanted to believe in a higher purpose, a lesson hidden beneath the chaos. But all I saw was despair. As the water rose, I turned to my wife, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the spark of defiance flicker within her, a fire that refused to be snuffed out. "We survive together," she whispered, her voice steady despite the tempest around us. "No matter what happens, we remain." Her words echoed in my mind, a lifeline amidst the chaos. I held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against the cold, harsh reality. We were warriors in our own right, fighting against the tide of hopelessness. Together, we could face the storm. I remember that thought, how it flickered like the dying embers of a fire, refusing to surrender to the darkness. The flood surged higher, and in that moment, time stood still. I could hear nothing but the heartbeat of the world, the pulse of life itself. The chaos ebbed and flowed around us, a symphony of fear and courage. And as the water rose, drowning our feet, I felt a surge of determination swell within me, igniting my spirit. "Hold on!" I shouted, gripping her hand tighter, and we plunged into the maelstrom together, two souls intertwined, braving the depths of despair. In that heart-stopping moment, I understood we would fight, not just for survival, but for every heartbeat of hope left in this world. The flood may have come to wash us away, but in its wake, we would rise anew, carrying the lessons of the storm within us. Because the gods, in their wrath, may cast us down, but it is we who choose to rise again. And I remembered that too, the truth that binds us beyond the darkness, a truth that whispers of resilience, of love, of defiance against the tide. As we were swept into the depths, I knew our story had only just begun. The air crackled with tension as I stood on the edge of the world, my heart pounding against the walls of my chest. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the torch, revealing the ancient stonework of the temple. I could taste the stale scent of time. It clung to my tongue, bitter and oppressive. Utnapishtim loomed before me, his eyes like deep wells filled with secrets and the weight of eternity. "You seek immortality, Gilgamesh," he said, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the chamber, a heartbeat amid the silence. "But can you endure the test?" Each word hit me like a hammer. My quest had been a wild, desperate chase through the vastness of loss. I had faced monsters, storms, and the bitter truth of mortality after losing Enkidu. Each step had brought me closer to this moment, yet it felt like stepping into the jaws of a beast. I was here, not just to live forever, but to reclaim the part of me that had been ripped away. "Endurance," he said, and the word hung between us like a guillotine blade, sharp and unwavering. "Why must I prove myself?" I fired back, my voice raw with grief. "Is it not enough that I bear the weight of my own heart, the memory of my friend?" Utnapishtim's face cracked into a faint smile, but there was no warmth in it. "You think grief makes you worthy?" "No, Gilgamesh. It is what you do with that grief that counts. You must show me you can withstand the trials of the soul." The ground trembled as he spoke, the walls vibrating like the strings of a lute. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of ancient incense and forgotten dreams. I remembered the laughter that echoed through the city of Uruk, the fleeting joy of life before the shadows crept in. How foolish I had been, chasing after something as elusive as the dawn. "Tell me the test," I demanded, a flurry of determination igniting within me. "I will face it." With a wave of his hand, the air shifted, a portal opening into a realm of surreal nightmares and fragile hopes. I was swallowed by visions of Enkidu, alive and vibrant, yet distant. "You'll see him again," Utnapishtim whispered, "but at what cost?" The world distorted, and I found myself in the heart of Uruk, but it was a twisted reflection of what had been. The streets were empty, the laughter silenced. Shadows flitted in and out of view, like ghosts taunting me with memories too painful to bear. I could feel Enkidu's warmth, the strength of his friendship. But then, darkness seeped into the edges of my vision, and I stumbled back, gasping for breath. "Make your choice, Gilgamesh," Utnapishtim's voice reverberated, chilling and distant. "What will you sacrifice for this reunion?" "I would give anything," I shouted, feeling the desperation claw at my throat. "Anything to feel his heartbeat next to mine again." "Then you must suffer," he replied, each word hammering down like nails into my heart. "You must face the reality of your desires. Embrace the pain. Only then will you see if you're worthy of immortality." The world shifted again, and I was plunged into a darkness filled with haunting echoes. Each shadow was a piece of my past, my arrogance, my tyranny, the lives I had taken as if they were mere trinkets. I felt the pulse of my failures, the weight of my hubris. The ghosts of those I had wronged circled around me, their eyes burning with accusation. "Do you remember?" a voice hissed, sharp and cutting. "Do you remember the faces you ignored?" I fell to my knees, the earth cold beneath me. "I remember," I gasped, choking on the anguish of regret. "I remember every single one." And with that, the vision swirled into a cacophony of color and sound, memories crashing over me like waves in a storm. My mother's smile, Enkidu's laughter, the cries of the people I ruled. Each moment was a knife, carving me open, forcing me to confront every choice I had made, every life I had touched, some with love, others with cruelty. "Face it," Utnapishtim urged, his presence heavy behind me. "Face the truth of who you are." I shuddered. But what if the truth is darkness? What if I am not worthy? "Worthy or not, you must accept all parts of yourself," he said, a mixture of steel and compassion in his voice. "Only when you do, can you hope to understand the value of life, the essence of immortality." And suddenly, a great light erupted, illuminating a hidden chamber filled with shadows and whispers. There, suspended in the air, was a mirror reflecting not just my body but my very soul, raw and exposed. I could see the cracks, the scars, the remnants of both greatness and despair. I stepped towards it, heart racing, breath quickening. My eyes locked onto the reflection, a figure blurred by pain and longing. Enkidu stood there, appearing and vanishing like smoke. "Find me," he urged, his voice a haunting melody. "Find me in the truth you fear to embrace." In this moment, I understood, the test was not about proving worthiness through feats of strength, but about confronting the shadows that danced in my heart. Embracing my flaws, my failures, and weaving them into the tapestry of who I was. "Gilgamesh," Utnapishtim's tone softened. "What will you choose now?" The trials were not finished, they had only begun. My heart raced with uncertainty, yet beneath it lay a flicker of hope. I took a breath, steadying myself against the onslaught of memories and emotions. This was not just a test of strength, it was a challenge to my very being. "Let me face the shadows," I whispered, each word a promise. "Let me feel the weight of my choices, the depth of my love and loss. I will not hide from them anymore." And in that moment, the world shifted again, the air thick with unspoken promises and the electric hum of destiny. The test was still unfolding, the story still weaving itself through the fabric of time. Immortality loomed ahead, but first, I had to confront myself, before I could ever hope to grasp eternity. The moon hung low, a silver promise casting shadows that danced across the ground like whispers of lost hopes. I stood there, trembling, the air thick with an inexplicable tension that clung to my skin. The wind carried a scent, a sharp, earthy sweetness, almost intoxicating. It was the smell of the plant that had consumed my thoughts, stitched itself into the fabric of my dreams. The plant that may just grant eternal life. But I had a secret. One I wanted to scream from the rooftops, yet it lodged in my throat like a bone. My brother, Elias, lay somewhere beneath the stars, breathing slowly, his breath shallow as if each one was a fragile thread ready to snap. "Stay with me, please," I whispered, kneeling at his side, the dirt cold against my knees. His eyes fluttered, flickering like the dying embers of a fire. "I can find it. I know I can." The words tasted like ash in my mouth, a desperate chant as I clutched his hand, the warmth fading from his fingers. He chuckled weakly, a hollow sound that echoed in the stillness. "You think a flower can save me?" His voice was teasing, but the fear behind it was palpable, a weight that threatened to crush me. "I've seen you dig through the earth, Ada. You'll end up hugging a rock." "Shut up," I replied, a smile forced onto my lips. "I'm serious. There's a plant, somewhere out there." I gestured wildly, the night swallowing my movements. "A flower that can change everything." His smile faded, the corners of his lips trembling. "Even if it exists, Ada, what then? What do we become?" I hesitated, the truth hanging like a heavy fog. What did it mean to live forever? To watch the world age around me while I remained unchanged? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I had imagined the plant as a key, a way to unlock some hidden chamber of existence where pain couldn't reach me. But who was I without the weight of loss? Without the laughter that twisted into tears? Elias, I whispered, my heart aching for an answer that escaped me. I needed him to hold on to hope, to believe in my madness, if only for a moment longer. I'll find it. I swear. The night deepened, cloaking us in darkness, and I rose, shaking off the despair that clung to me like a shroud. I could feel it, the pull of the plant, a magnetic force that drew me deeper into the forest, into its secrets. The underbrush crackled beneath my feet, each step a promise, a prayer. Somewhere in that tangled mess of roots and branches was life incarnate, the answer to all our suffering. Yet doubt slithered through my resolve. What if the stories were just that, tales spun to keep us dreaming? And then I heard it, a voice, faint but unmistakable. My heart raced. It was an echo, a whisper of the past. Ada! I turned, breath caught in my throat. My mother's face materialized in the shadows, her eyes wide with fear, drowning in the depths of a memory I struggled to recall. Don't follow it. It's a trap. Mom. The word escaped my lips like a cry in a dream. You're not real. You're gone. But her image flickered, a ghost caught between dimensions, her sorrow palpable in the air. You must understand. Immortality isn't what you think. It comes with a price, a burden so heavy that it crushes the soul. I stumbled back, the ground shifting beneath me. But I can't lose him. I can't. I won't. The urgency twisted into desperation, a raw, gaping wound I couldn't ignore. The forest closed in, shadows tightening like chains. Elias! I screamed, the name tearing from my throat as the specter of my mother faded into the night. I ran, heart pounding, blood roaring in my ears, the world spinning into a blur of darkness and light. In the heart of the forest, I found it, the plant. Its petals glowed, an unearthly luminescence that beckoned me closer. I knelt, breathless, and reached out, fingers trembling as they brushed against the soft, velvety surface. A voice, a low, rumbling growl surged through the roots, a warning I could feel in my bones. What are you willing to sacrifice? I froze, the question reverberating through me like a bell tolling in the dead of night. What would I give? Would I barter my humanity? My brother's laughter, my mother's embrace? The wind howled, and in that moment, I remembered. I remembered the warmth of the sun on my face, the joy of laughter that spilled into the evening like fireflies. I remembered the taste of rain on my tongue, the sound of waves crashing against the shore. And I remembered the darkness that followed, the weight of silence that settled like a predator in the corners of my mind, ever watchful, ever hungry. Elias, I breathed, the name mingling with the scent of the flower. There was a price to be paid, and I could feel it coiling around my heart. But as I stood in the throes of my decision, the air thick with uncertainty, I heard it again, the soft, pleading whisper of my brother resonating through the very fabric of my soul. Ada, don't. Please. Tears streamed down my cheeks, blurring my vision. The plant pulsed with a life of its own, as if it understood the raging storm within me. I could take it, I could save him. But what about the cost? And so I hesitated, caught between the pulse of the cosmos and the fragile heartbeat of my own. The shadows shifted, and the air tightened around my throat, tightening like a noose. Elias! I screamed into the void, the sound echoing through the silence. What am I supposed to do? The answer lingered just out of reach, a whisper in the dark that promised both salvation and destruction. I could feel the choice pressing heavily on my chest, the weight of eternity beckoning to me. And so I stood there, heart racing, mind spiraling into the abyss, the plant before me glowing like a beacon, the embodiment of all my fears and desires. The night held its breath, waiting, watching, as I prepared to plunge into the unknown, knowing that the line between salvation and damnation was thinner than a thread. The sun hung low in the sky, a giant, molten eye glaring down at Gilgamesh as he stood on the banks of the Euphrates, breathless and trembling. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and desperation, a noxious blend that clung to him like a shroud. He could almost taste the bitterness of his failure on his lips, a metallic tang that echoed the weight of his heart. He had come so far. He had crossed mountains, braved the abyss, faced the shadow of death itself, all to grasp that elusive thread of immortality. Yet here he was, an echo of the hero he thought he was, standing before the waters that whispered secrets in a language he could not understand. "I remember," he murmured, his voice barely breaking the surface of the water rippling before him. "I remember the way Enkidu laughed, a sound like thunder rolling across the hills." The memory was a ghost, haunting him with joy, reminding him of what he'd lost. The bond they shared was a tapestry of warmth, now frayed and unraveling in the cold grip of memory. The day felt alive, electric with the promise of fate. He had set his sights on a plant, a simple thing, but a key to the universe, said to bloom where the sun kissed the earth, bringing life to the lifeless. His fingers curled into fists as he recalled the words of Utnapishtim, the immortal who had granted him this fragile hope. "Find the plant, Gilgamesh, and you may find more than a fleeting existence." But what good is a plant against the serpent? The serpent lurking in the shadows, coiled and sinister, ready to strike. At that moment, a shiver crawled up his spine. He turned, eyes scanning the horizon. The world around him began to shift. The trees leaned in closer, whispers turning into a cacophony of warnings he couldn't quite decipher. He could feel it, something shifted in the air, a sense of foreboding that had followed him like a specter since the moment he had left the embrace of his city, Uruk, the place that had once felt like home. He was not alone. "Gilgamesh," a soft voice broke through, fragile as a moth's wing. It was Ishtar, her eyes glinting with mischief and sorrow. "You think you can outrun fate?" "Ishtar," he breathed, "I am not afraid of you." The words tasted bitter, a lie wrapped in bravado. He had faced gods, beasts, and shadows, yet the thought of losing everything seemed more terrifying than all of them combined. "I seek only the plant, the gift of life." Her laughter rang out, sharp and cruel, echoing through the trees like a death knell. "Life? You seek to steal from the gods, and you think you can waltz away unscathed." With a flick of her wrist, she conjured images in the air, visions of laughter and pain, of fleeting moments stitched together like the fabric of a dream. He saw Enkidu, wild and free, chasing the wind, only to be caught in the cruel hands of fate. The memories twisted in his gut, choking him with a rawness he couldn't escape. "I remember," he whispered again. "I remember the way you tore my heart apart when you cast Enkidu aside." The words hung between them, a fragile bridge made of sorrow and regret. Ishtar's smile faded, and for a moment, he saw the woman beneath the goddess, vulnerable, flawed, just like him. "You think you can change what is meant to be?" The intensity of her gaze bore into him, and he felt the weight of his choices crashing over him like an unforgiving tide. He needed that plant, he needed to prove that he could defy the gods, that he was more than just a man doomed to die. Just then, a rustle emerged from the underbrush, a flicker of movement that made his heart stop. The serpent slithered into view, scales glinting in the dying light, a creature of nightmares made flesh. It was beautiful, and yet, it was death incarnate. "Foolish mortal," it hissed, a voice like silk wrapped around barbed wire. "You think you can claim what is not yours?" Gilgamesh felt the air thicken, fear clawed at his throat, suffocating him. "I will not let you take it from me." He lunged forward, desperation fueling his every step, but the serpent was faster, coiling around him, constricting, squeezing the breath from his lungs. A sudden flash of clarity surged through him. "Enkidu," he gasped, thinking of his friend, the wild man who had taught him the meaning of freedom, of love, of loss. Their laughter, shared dreams beneath the stars, now shrouded in the veil of death. The serpent paused, its eyes glinting with a knowing cruelty. "Enkidu is gone, and soon you shall be too." In that moment, a crack of ice shot through his resolve. The plant, sweet, fragile, the key to eternity, was slipping through his fingers, and a gnawing despair wrapped around his heart. How could he face Enkidu in the afterlife as a failure? "I remember," he cried out, the sound raw and unfiltered, a plea to the cosmos. "I remember the bond we shared, the way we fought side by side." but even the memory felt like ashes in his mouth. With a sickening lurch, the serpent released him, a mocking hiss escaping its lips. Fate is relentless, Gilgamesh. You cannot outrun it. As he fell to the ground, breathless and broken, he felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. The plant was lost. He had chased a mirage, an illusion, and all that remained was a hollow echo of what might have been. Glimmers of dusk began to swallow the light, casting an eerie shadow over the landscape. The creature retreated, a whisper in the wind, leaving behind a silence that screamed louder than any words. Gilgamesh was left alone, a man stripped of dreams, standing on the edge of the abyss, his heart a gaping wound. The world felt impossibly vast, and he was infinitesimal, lost in the dark. For what was left to him but the shadows, memories tinged with sorrow, laughter that felt like a distant echo? And in that silence, the weight of eternity pressed against him, a reminder that some things were never meant to be grasped, but only felt, fleeting and forever out of reach. The sky was a bruising shade of purple, the sun a dying ember sinking into the horizon, blood streaming across the heavens. I stood on the precipice of the world, my heart racing, a war drum echoing in my chest. The ancient city of Uruk lay before me, a mere silhouette against the fading light, a memory I could grasp but never own. Home. But what is home when the weight of loss clings to you like a shroud? I remember Enkidu's laughter, a wild sound that danced with the stars, now suffocated by silence. I remember our endless nights, hunting under the moon, dreams woven into the fabric of the universe, but he is gone, swallowed by the very darkness that now calls me back. Each step I take toward Uruk is a battle against the shadows that whisper, taunting me, reminding me of the fleeting nature of existence. The road is desolate, broken stones crunching beneath my weary feet. I can still hear the echoes of our triumphs, the slaying of Humbaba, the wild joy of victory, fading, like smoke in the wind. I clench my fists, the memories stabbing at me. What have I gained? I roar into the void, the emptiness mocking my defiance. What remains when the glory fades? I remember a time when I thought myself invincible, a king made of flesh and fire. I laugh, but it's hollow, a cruel joke played by fate. What is a king without a kingdom? What glory without a friend to share it? The weight of it all crushes me, and I stagger, grappling with the enormity of my own insignificance. I am a titan of mountains, yes, but even mountains crumble. The shadows twist and writhe, and I see them, faces, their eyes hollow, whispering secrets of the dead. My heart races. Am I already losing my mind? Ghosts of the past parading around me, each one a reminder of mortality's relentless march. Gilgamesh! A voice pierces through the thickening dusk. It's a voice familiar yet distant, like the haunting call of a siren. I turn, and it is the priestess. Her figure, ethereal and fleeting, flickers in the twilight. You seek the answers in the stars, but they hold no solace for the living. You must face your truth. Truth. The word hangs heavy in the air, a dark cloud threatening rain. I faced beasts, gods, the unforgiving wilds, but the truth. It is a beast of another kind, one that gnaws at the soul, rooting out the bravado I once wore like armor. Do you not fear the darkness? I ask, my voice trembling. Do you not fear that which awaits us all? She smiles, a sad understanding in her eyes. I embrace it. It is the fire that shapes the soul, the very pulse of life. You cannot run from the shadows, Gilgamesh, they are woven into the fabric of your being. Her words pierce me deeper than any blade. I stagger, the truth settling in my bones, a chilling realization that I cannot escape my own humanity. What do? I whisper, feeling small, fragile. The night wraps around me, pressing down. Return to Uruk, she says softly, a guiding light in the creeping darkness. But do not return as the king you were. Return as the man you are destined to become. I turn away from her, feeling the pull of the city like a lover's embrace, and I start to walk. Each step is heavy, laden with doubt and fear. The road stretches endlessly, a serpent winding through the plains, every twist echoing my heartbeat. And then I see it, the walls of Uruk, rising like a silhouette against the dying light. but they appear different, somehow. Warped and twisted, as if the pain I carried had seeped into the very stones. I squint against the darkness, seeking the warmth of familiar faces, but the faces I find are strangers. Their eyes reflect the same haunting despair that now clings to me. Gilgamesh! A voice calls, one that stirs embers in my chest. It is Shomat, the priestess who once saw me as a savage beast, now a soul laid bare. She stands at the city gate, tears glistening like dew on the morning grass. You've returned! But her joy is stained, her smile fragile, as if she fears I will shatter like glass. You've changed, she whispers, and I can hear the tremor in her voice. I lost him, I reply, my voice breaking. And in losing him, I lost myself. Her eyes search mine for something, understanding, perhaps. And what will you do now? I don't know. The honesty curls in my throat like smoke, thick and suffocating. I don't know how to be a man without him. The city around us breathes, yet it feels like a tomb. I feel the weight of its history, of those who lived and died under its watchful gaze. Each crack in the wall tells a story, a reminder that even stones do not endure forever. In that moment, I realize, mortality is not a curse but a gift. The fleeting nature of our existence makes every moment precious, every heartbeat a treasure. I take a deep breath, the air sharp and electric. I will honor him, I declare, the words spilling from my lips like a sacred promise. I will honor all those who have come before, and those who will come after. As I step into Uruk, a surge of resolve fills me. The shadows may whisper, but I will not yield. I will embrace the darkness, for it is only in it that the light can shine brightest. And thus, I walk through the gates of Uruk, not as a king, not as a conqueror, but as a man, flawed and fragile, ready to face the vastness of existence, armed with the knowledge of my own mortality and the undying flame of memory. The echoes of laughter and love pulse through me, entwining with the rhythms of the city, and as the night deepens, I understand, this is not an end but a beginning. A loop, forever intertwining life and death, dreams and memories, with each heartbeat a reminder that I am alive. Thunder cracked across the heavy sky, echoing the rage of 1,000 forgotten gods. The city of Uruk, a sprawling labyrinth of mud brick towers and shadowed alleyways, trembled as if it knew the weight of its own history. I stood on the walls, the chill of the storm lacing my spine, feeling the breath of the wind whisper secrets of a king long gone. Gilgamesh. His name hung in the air, a ghost that refused to let go of its grip. The legacy he left behind was more than stone and clay, it was an aching pulse, a relentless reminder of what it means to be human, to live and to die. I looked to the east, where the horizon swallowed the sun, dragging it into the dark belly of the night. My heart thumped against my ribs, a frantic metronome keeping time with the chaos of my thoughts. I remember the tales, the whispers of his conquests, his insatiable thirst for glory. They said he was 2/3 divine, 1/3 mortal, a being caught in a perpetual struggle between power and vulnerability, arrogance and fear. And yet, he was also a friend, a lover, a man who once wept for the loss of his companion, Enkidu. Enkidu had been wild, a beast of the steppe, forged from the earth itself, a creature of pure instinct and unrefined passion. Their friendship was a storm, unpredictable, beautiful, and ultimately destructive. I can still see Enkidu's eyes, bright as the morning sun, filled with an innocent wonder that belied his untamed spirit. But there, in the heart of their bond, simmered a tension, a recognition that they were both searching for something just beyond their grasp. I remember the laughter, the raucous night spent under an indifferent sky, drinking deep from the waters of life. How quickly it turned to ashes. It was Enkidu's death that shattered the fragile illusion of Gilgamesh's immortality. The moment the news reached him, the world stilled, the very air felt heavy with the weight of loss. I can still hear his howl, a sound that cut through the night like a blade, raw and primal, echoing through the ages. The king who had feared nothing was brought to his knees, gripped by a dread that gnawed at his soul. He was no longer a god among men, he was merely a man, lost in the shadow of his own hubris. The echoes of Gilgamesh's reign did not fade with his passing. They lingered, woven into the very fabric of Uruk. The streets thrummed with his spirit. I remember walking through the marketplace, the vendors shouting their wares, but their voices always danced around a central theme: Gilgamesh's greatness, his terror, his unmatched will. They told tales of his exploits, how he conquered the Cedar forest, how he faced Humbaba, a monster cloaked in fear and fury. Yet, beneath their admiration lay a current of unease. What price had they paid for his glory? Then there was Ishtar. Ah, Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, a tempest wrapped in silk and fire. Her gaze could melt the heart of a stone, yet it was her wrath that sent shivers down my spine. When Gilgamesh rejected her, he did not just spurn a goddess, he unleashed a fury that would haunt him for eternity. I remember the tension in the air, the fragile balance of power shifting, as Ishtar begged for vengeance. Her voice, draped in silk, was an echo of both seduction and despair, and I could almost see the cracks forming in the very fabric of the heavens, a portent of what was to come. But Gilgamesh, blinded by his own ambition, could not see beyond his own desires. He chased immortality like a madman chasing the wind, embarking on a journey that led him to the edge of reality. Each step forward brought him closer to the truth, yet deeper into the void. Did he not understand? The gods were not meant to be trifled with. I remember the night he encountered Utnapishtim, the immortal one. The dark sea stretched before him, a vast void that mirrored his own turmoil. He stood there, a figure wreathed in shadows, grappling with the stark realization that death was the one truth he could not conquer. I felt the weight of that moment, the crushing despair, the yearning, the folly of man. And yet, through the fog of betrayal and sorrow, Gilgamesh's legacy was etched not just in the tales of his conquests but also in the lessons learned from his failures. The lesson of grief, of friendship lost. The bitter taste of regret lingered in the air, thick as smoke. I remember thinking how we, too, are caught in this cycle, never quite learning, never quite forgetting. It's all a dance, a macabre ballet of light and shadow, of joy and pain. In the quiet of the night, beneath a blanket of stars, I understood. The legacy of Gilgamesh was not simply one of power or might, but of humanity, of frailty, of the eternal struggle against the passage of time. It pulsated like a heartbeat, echoing through the alleys and squares, whispering in the ears of those who dared to listen. I felt the tremors of his influence in my bones, a call to acknowledge the fleeting nature of existence. As the storm rumbled overhead, I realized that Gilgamesh was not just a character from some distant past, he was a reflection of us all. Every moment of joy, every twinge of sorrow, every breath we take is woven into the tapestry of our own legacies. And in that profound understanding, I felt a spark, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. The legacy of Gilgamesh lives on, a haunting melody that intertwines with the pulse of humanity. It beckons us to confront our fears, to embrace our vulnerabilities, and to find strength in our collective stories. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of his legacy urging me forward into the swirling abyss of uncertainty, where shadows dance and dreams collide. The story doesn't end here, it flows onward, into the unknown, just like the waters of the Euphrates, carrying with it the echoes of those who dared to dream, to love, to live, and to ultimately face the inevitable. The air crackled with despair, the walls of Uruk trembled under the weight of a heartbeat, the pulse of a city on the brink. I stood at the threshold, my feet planted in dust that once held dreams, now layered in regret and ambition. The clang of metal on metal echoed, a cacophony of voices, cries, and haunting memories. I could almost hear them, the whispers of the men who had once built this city, their laughter now a ghostly echo. "More bricks! We need more bricks," shouted Enkidu, his voice raspy, raw, fighting against the howling wind that swept through the half-constructed walls. He was a titan of a man, but even he felt small under the oppressive sky, a canvas of turmoil, blue swirling with anger and greys thick with sorrow. His hands, calloused and stained, worked tirelessly, yet the ache in his chest was heavier than the stones he lifted. I remember the day we laid the first stone. I remember the joy that surged through us like a river breaking free from ice. But now, all that joy felt smothered, drowned in the blood-soaked earth. Enkidu's eyes flared with fire, yet I could see the flickers of doubt, turmoil swirling like storm clouds above. He was a creature of two worlds, torn between his woodland past and the crumbling grandeur of Uruk, a city that promised glory, yet delivered despair. "What if it's all for nothing?" he murmured one evening, as twilight draped the city in a cloak of shadows. His voice cracked like ancient pottery. What if this city falls, just like the last? I wanted to scream, it won't. We're building something great. But the words lodged in my throat like stones. Instead, I let my gaze drift to Gilgamesh, the king who was supposed to lead us to immortality, his silhouette framed by the last rays of sun, a burning figure against the horizon. But even he seemed a spectre, haunted by his own aspirations, his eyes reflecting the fear of failure that gnawed at the very fabric of our existence. Look! I shouted, pointing toward the horizon where the sun dipped into darkness. It is not the end, but a new beginning. My heart raced as I spoke, but doubt coiled around my insides. Could we build a legacy worthy of the gods? Could Uruk rise again, not as a monument to hubris, but a beacon of hope? Hope? Enkidu scoffed, the sound bitter on his tongue. Hope is a luxury we can no longer afford. Look around, my friend. He gestured to the workers, their faces drawn, weary shadows of the men they once were. They toil, but beneath their efforts lies fear. Fear of the gods, fear of each other. The air thickened, and I felt the weight of unspoken words, a chasm of fear stretching between us, threatening to swallow us whole. I turned away, my eyes tracing the walls we were building, the bricks laid with sweat and dreams, yet haunted by the spectre of mortality. Then came the night when the first tremors shook Uruk. I remember the shock that gripped us, turning our laughter into gasps. An omen, someone shrieked. The gods are angry. Panic danced through the crowd like fire, and in that moment, every heart beat in rhythm, a symphony of dread. The ground quaked, and we stumbled, grasping at the walls as if they could shield us from the chaos. Enkidu's eyes blazed with determination. We must hold together. His voice cut through the fear, rallying the men who stood like statues, frozen in terror. If we fall apart now, we lose everything. I watched him stride forward, the embodiment of defiance, even as his own heart quaked. Together? I echoed, but my voice trembled, filled with uncertainty. The crowd surged forward, drawn to the fire in Enkidu's eyes, yet I knew, deep down, I was not sure we could stand united against the darkness that threatened to consume us. We began to rebuild, stacking stones higher, pushing against the odds, but as the days stretched on like shadows, doubt lingered like a curse. I watched Enkidu, the man who had embraced the essence of life and death, and each moment became an emotional tapestry woven with threads of desperation and courage. But then, as if the gods were watching, the whispers began, talk of Gilgamesh's unyielding ambition, his desire to leave behind a legacy that would echo through eternity. He seeks glory, they murmured, but at what cost? In the flickering candlelight, I saw the flicker of dread in Enkidu's eyes. What if he leads us to ruin, he whispered. What if this city is a graveyard for our hopes? And I felt it then, the truth wrapped around me like chains. Gilgamesh was not just our king, he was our heartbeat. But with each ambitious decree, he risked pushing us into the abyss. Could we build a city that would last, or were we merely crafting our tombs? The nights grew louder with uncertainty. I remember the winds that howled like lost souls, the shadows that danced on the walls, monstrous and alive. Each heartbeat echoed the question, and I could feel it pressing against my chest, a relentless drumbeat of dread. Then came the fateful night, when the moon hung low and heavy, casting a silver glow across the rubble of Uruk. Enkidu and I stood together, our breaths mingling in the chilly air, our shared fears echoing in the silence. This is it, I said, a quiver in my voice. We either build a monument to our strength or a testament to our folly. The ground trembled beneath us again, but this time, we stood firm, united in our resolve. The shadows whispered promises and threats, a haunting reminder that the city we built would bear witness to our fears, our triumphs, and our ultimate fate. As dawn broke, bathing the ruins in light, I felt the weight of the world press against my shoulders. This city, these walls, were not just bricks and mortar, they were our blood, our tears, our legacy. And in that moment, beneath the rising sun, I understood, building Uruk was not merely about the structures, it was about the souls entwined within its heart, the dreams that refused to die, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. With every stone we laid, we were crafting our destinies, forever bound to the legacy of Gilgamesh. The city was rising, and so too were we, rising from the ashes of doubt, even as the night loomed ahead, thick with uncertainty. The bell of fate tolled, and we stood at the precipice, ready to face whatever came next. The shadows whispered, the winds howled, but our hearts beat strong, echoing a promise: Uruk would rise again. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the kind that clings to your skin like a ghost, whispering of rotten, forgotten things. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the world, the moon hanging low, a watchful eye over the valley of the dead. Shadows danced, flickering between the trees, and in that moment, he could almost hear their voices, the echoes of those who had loved and lost, a symphony of despair woven into the night. The city of Uruk lay behind him, its walls a fortress of memories, and each heartbeat pulsed like the steady beat of a drum: life, death, the inescapable cycle that everyone, including gods, must face. "Is this what it means to be alive?" he muttered, the taste of ash on his tongue. The shadows shifted, and he thought of Enkidu, his brother, the wild one who had become the light in his darkened heart. It had been mere days since he had buried him, the soil still fresh, the grief raw and haunting. He could still hear Enkidu's laughter, wild and reckless, the way they had fought side by side against beasts that roamed the earth like nightmares made flesh. But now, the laughter echoed in the hollow of his chest, a reminder that love is a fleeting light, extinguished too soon. In a panic, Gilgamesh turned, his eyes wild. "What is this cursed life?" he yelled into the abyss, as if the cosmos itself would answer. The stars blinked coldly, indifferent to his pain. He felt himself unravel, piece by piece, like a tattered scroll. Why do gods play with our hearts? Why do they give and take so mercilessly? His fists clenched and unclenched, the turmoil within him a storm that raged with no end. The weight of mortality pressed down on him like a stone, the realization that he, too, would one day fade into nothingness, gnawed at his soul. Then, as if summoned by his despair, a figure emerged from the shadows, Shamhat, the priestess who had once tamed the beast within him. She stepped forward, her face a mask of sorrow and understanding, her eyes dark pools of empathy. "You grieve for him, Gilgamesh," she said, her voice a soft lullaby against the harshness of his thoughts. "But to grieve is to love. It is the price we pay for the warmth of connection." He shook his head, anger flaring anew. "But it is not fair. Why should I love if it leads to this?" His voice trembled, the weight of his sorrow nearly suffocating him. "What worth is there in a life that ends? What answers can you give me?" Shamhat's gaze softened, and she stepped closer, her presence grounding him amid the chaos. "We are but fleeting shadows," she whispered, her hand reaching out to touch his arm, "but in our brief time, we can illuminate the darkness for one another. You cannot escape death, Gilgamesh, but you can live, truly live, while you can." Her words hung in the air, a fragile promise wrapped in the weight of reality. Gilgamesh's heart pounded fiercely, each beat a reminder of his own fragility. He wanted to scream, to lash out at the universe, but there was an undeniable truth in her eyes: the beauty of existence lay in its impermanence. It was a tragic irony, the fleeting nature of joy entwined with the certainty of loss. "I remember the laughter, the wild nights under the stars," he murmured, memories flooding back like a torrential storm. "I remember the taste of victory, the thrill of our battles. Why must the light fade?" His voice cracked, a raw edge that cut through the night. "Why can't we hold on to it forever?" Shamhat's hand squeezed his, the warmth igniting something deep within him. "Because, dear Gilgamesh, like the fireflies in the dusk, we are meant to shine bright, to illuminate, even if only for a moment. We are not meant to linger in the shadows." She paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You, of all people, should know this. You fought against the very fabric of nature itself. But it is a fight we cannot win." The truth crashed over him, a wave of realization that left him breathless. He was not meant to conquer death, he was meant to embrace life, to see it for the beautiful catastrophe it was. "But how?" he whispered, the vulnerability in his tone a chasm of despair. "How do I live when the thought of losing it all terrifies me?" A silence enveloped them, thick and heavy, the kind that draws the breath from your lungs. The moonlight bathed them in silver, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos of uncertainty. Live fiercely, she replied, her voice steady, love recklessly, and allow yourself to feel every joy, every sorrow. They are the threads that weave the tapestry of our existence. His heart raced, the pulse of hope mingling with despair, and in that instant, Gilgamesh knew he was at a crossroads. He could succumb to the weight of his grief, let it swallow him whole, or he could rise, remembering Enkidu not with sorrow but with the fierce love that had once ignited their souls. I will not let his memory fade, he vowed, each word a declaration against the dark. I will carry him within me, a torch against the night. And as he spoke those words, the stars began to shimmer, their distant light a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. He turned to Shamhat, the weight of 1,000 sorrows lifting, an ember of hope igniting within him. Together, they stood at the precipice of the unknown, not as conquerors but as witnesses to the ephemeral beauty of life itself. This was the wisdom of the ages, he realized, the understanding that life is a tapestry, woven with threads of love and loss, joy and sorrow, each moment fleeting but infinitely precious. They would face the shadows together, armed with the knowledge that every heartbeat, every breath, was a defiance against the inevitable. In the end, it wasn't about escaping death but about embracing the life that echoed between the seconds, the heartbeat of existence that would forever bind them to one another and to the universe itself. The sky crackled, a jagged line of lightning tearing through the thick, roiling clouds. Below, in the heart of a forsaken battlefield, the scent of iron mingled with the pungent stench of fear. It was the kind of fear that hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating, almost palpable. I could hear the clash of steel and the anguished cries of men, but it felt distant, like echoes of a forgotten dream. Then there stood Omri, his sword raised, eyes wild with a mixture of rage and desperation. "Why have you forsaken me?" he screamed into the tempest, a question hurled at the heavens, a prayer laced with contempt, and it tore through the storm like a desperate plea for answers in a world gone mad. The gods, those distant, capricious beings, had been watching. Always watching, but never intervening, like puppeteers with a disdain for their strings. In that moment, I felt the weight of their indifference pressing down on me, a heavy mantle of despair that nearly crushed my spirit. Omri's heart raced, every beat a drum echoing his inner turmoil, the very essence of a man teetering on the brink of madness, surrounded by the ghosts of a forgotten glory. "They said you would guide me," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, trembling under the weight of betrayal. And there was Lena, crouched behind the remnants of a shattered wall, her breath shallow and rapid as she clutched a small, tattered talisman around her neck. She had carved it from wood, a crude effigy of a goddess long forgotten, yet it was all she had to cling to, her lifeline in this chaos. "Please, just one sign," she prayed, her voice almost swallowed by the growl of the thunder. Tears streaked down her soot-stained cheeks, each drop a testament to her despair. The gods had never heard her, not truly. Her faith was a flickering candle in an unforgiving gale. Time warped around us, as if the universe was mocking our suffering, stretching seconds into hours, minutes into lifetimes. I remember the frantic way she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting the divine to materialize, to sweep her away from this nightmare. But the only answer was silence, the agonizing, creeping silence of the void where hope used to dwell. "Do you feel it?" Omri's voice cut through the murmur of chaos, raw and broken. The weight of their apathy. He turned to Lena, his eyes glinting with a manic light. "What if they are watching us laugh, watching us die, like we are mere puppets in a farce?" His words dripped with venom, and vulnerability seeped through the cracks of his bravado. I could feel the tension, a taut wire pulled to its breaking point. In that moment, the gods felt near, almost tangible, like shadows at the edges of a candle's light, teasing us with their presence, yet never fully revealing themselves. Every breath I took was heavy with the realization that we were mere pawns in a game we could never hope to comprehend. The air crackled, electric with the aftermath of divine neglect, and I understood then that every wound, every loss, was an offering, our pain a tribute to beings who thrived on our suffering. The battlefield erupted around us, flesh against flesh, the clash of swords, the desperate cries of men and women intertwined with the roar of the storm. I could see Omri lunging forward, his eyes like dark coals, fueled by a rage that had long since consumed his reason. He was fighting not just for survival, but for a god who had long since turned its back. And in that fury, there was a tragic beauty, a heart-wrenching ferocity that made my heart race with both admiration and fear. Lena screamed, a sound that pierced through the chaos, a warning that echoed through my bones. Omri, no! But her voice was lost in the bedlam, swallowed by the tempest. How futile it seemed, the desperate plea of a woman who had already lost so much. Every moment bled into the next, memories of laughter now twisted with the screams of the dying. Why do we fight? Omri's voice rang out, mingling with the clash of steel. Why do we cling to a faith that offers only betrayal? It was a question that hung in the air, heavy, suffocating, a riddle that no one could answer. I felt my heart aching for him, for the man who had loved with the fervor of a soldier, and now stood on the precipice of despair, yearning for a flicker of hope. The storm intensified, the wind shrieking like a banshee, and I could see it in the way Lena clutched her talisman, her fingers trembling as if searching for strength within the fragile wood. It was a perfect representation of her faith, worn, battered, but still holding on. And yet, in her heart, I could sense the slow, creeping realization that this faith might not be enough to save her from the hands of the indifferent gods. Time slipped away, like grains of sand through desperate fingers, and I could feel the tears of every lost soul pooling around us, an offering to the heavens that would never be accepted. The air around us crackled with an energy that felt both threatening and alive, like the breath of a sleeping giant. Then it happened, a flash of brilliance, a moment caught in the ephemeral dance between life and death. Omri charged, a beast unleashed, and I felt every heartbeat echo, reverberating through the marrow of my bones. The world slowed, and I was suspended in this fleeting moment, this crescendo of despair and fury. It was here, at the edge of oblivion, that the gods finally decided to reveal themselves, not through power or divine light, but through the cold, unyielding grip of fate. And as the storm raged on, I found myself staring into the abyss, a chasm of uncertainty where hope danced just beyond reach, taunting, mocking, whispering secrets of a world where the gods watched, waited, and reveled in our struggles. The climax loomed, a heart-stopping moment where all that we feared and desired collided, leaving us shattered and raw, at the mercy of forces we could never hope to understand. Omri and Lena stood on the edge, caught in a tempest of emotion, their lives entwined with the fickle whims of the divine. And in that haunting silence before the storm broke, I felt the truth of it all, the terrible beauty of our existence, the profound despair woven into the very fabric of our being. In those fleeting moments, we were truly alive, caught in the tangled web of fate, the gods smiling down, indifferent, as we struggled to find meaning in a chaotic world. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits across the cracked streets of Uruk. A haunting silence enveloped the city, save for the distant echo of anxious whispers. It crept into Gilgamesh's bones, a chill that clung to him, grating against the pulse of his power. Today was different. Today, his heart beat with the drum of dread, an ominous thrum he could not shake. It was a day that teetered on the edge of catastrophe, a day that would etch its mark on the soul of Uruk. Enkidu, he breathed, the name a prayer, a curse, a promise. Yet, it hung heavy in the air, laden with unspoken fears. How could a man like him, half god, king, and a testament to strength, feel so utterly fragile? The bond he shared with Enkidu, forged in the fires of battle and tempered in the quiet moments of understanding, now felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap at the slightest pull. The earth trembled beneath his feet as the shadows loomed large, whispering secrets he was not ready to hear. He could almost taste the bitterness of loss on his tongue, sharp and metallic, like the blood of a fallen warrior. He clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the world, of expectations, of brotherhood suffocating him in its embrace. "Where are you?" he shouted into the void, his voice ricocheting against the ancient walls, a plea that echoed back with mocking silence. Enkidu, wild and unfiltered, had stood as his equal, a mirror reflecting the parts of himself he dared not confront. The man who had come from the wilderness, fierce and untamed, had taught him the meaning of vulnerability, the beauty of loyalty. A friendship so profound it could lift mountains, challenge the gods, and yet, here they were, teetering on the brink of something dark and terrible. The memory surged, vivid and raw, crashing over him. He remembered the first time they met, the chaos of that day still fresh in his mind like a wound that refused to heal. Enkidu had burst into Uruk with the ferocity of a tempest, a force of nature that broke down walls and expectations alike. They had fought like lions, two beasts locked in combat, yet something unnameable had flickered between them, a spark igniting the air. They were enemies, yet brothers, grappling in the dust, laughter mingling with agony. "I remember the way you laughed," Gilgamesh murmured, pain lacing his voice, the memory as vivid as the sun on his skin. "I remember the way your eyes shone with defiance." But those moments felt like ghosts now, slipping through his fingers like sand. Enkidu, with his wild hair and untamed spirit, had become his salvation, yet now he sensed a rift widening between them, a chasm filled with unexpressed fears and unshed tears. The dark horizon loomed, heavy with portent. Gilgamesh could feel it, the weight of destiny pressing down upon him, each heartbeat like a drum signaling the approach of doom. "What have we done?" he whispered to the shadows, seeking answers in the abyss. The gods had turned their backs, their laughter ringing hollow in his ears. His heart raced, a desperate, frantic beat as if it knew something he did not. And then, from the depths of the wilderness, a howl echoed, a sound that shattered the stillness like glass. It was Enkidu, calling out, his voice a raw, visceral thing that clawed at the very fabric of Gilgamesh's soul. "I'm here." The words reverberated against the walls of Uruk, a lifeline thrown into the tempest of despair. Gilgamesh surged forth, propelled by fear and longing, running through the streets that had once felt like a cage, now a path to freedom. The shadows shifted as he neared the edge of the city, the landscape morphing into a wild tapestry of chaos and fire, and there, standing at the heart of it all, was Enkidu. His frame silhouetted against the flames, wild and untamed, like a creature born from the earth itself. The sight struck Gilgamesh like a bolt of lightning, raw, electric, terrifying. He could see the shadows of pain etched upon Enkidu's face, a reflection of his own agony mirrored back at him. "Gilgamesh!" Enkidu's voice, fierce and hoarse, cut through the smoke that clouded the air, pulling him closer, deeper into the maelstrom. "They come for us!" Time fragmented around them, memories swirling like leaves in a storm. He remembered their shared laughter, their shared fears, how they had dared to dream of immortality, of leaving a mark upon the cosmos that would outlast even the stars. But now, standing amidst the chaos, that dream felt like a distant echo, a cruel joke played by fate. Together, Gilgamesh breathed, a question and a vow intertwined. The weight of the moment crashed upon them, the fragile threads of their friendship binding them tighter. They had faced monsters and gods, but this felt like an insurmountable wave, a rising tide that threatened to consume them whole. "I would stand with you against the world," Enkidu replied, his eyes aflame with the fierce light of brotherhood, the promise of unwavering loyalty. In that instant, the air thickened with the gravity of their bond, a raw, visceral force that defied the very nature of existence. But doubt flickered like a candle's flame, fragile and fleeting. Could they face the storm brewing within and beyond? The cosmos spun, a tapestry of stars and fate that whispered promises of glory and despair. They were two souls intertwined, yet the shadows loomed, ever hungry, ever watchful. Emotions raged like a tempest, crashing against the barriers of their hearts. Fear clutched at Gilgamesh, squeezing until it felt like breath itself would betray him. The thought of losing Enkidu, a pain too deep to fathom, a wound that would never heal. "Do not falter," Enkidu urged, his hand reaching out, fingers intertwining with Gilgamesh's. "We are not alone. We are the fire that burns against the night." In that moment, the world around them faded, the tumult of battle transforming into a distant hum. Their hearts thundered in unison, an echo of the friendship that had withstood the test of time. But as the darkness surged, a question loomed like an unshakable shadow: how much could one brother sacrifice for another? The chaos drew closer, and amid the clamor, a singular truth emerged, haunting and beautiful. They were bound by blood, by choice, by the fire that lit the darkest nights. Together, they would face whatever came, because the bond of brotherhood was an unbreakable chain, a fierce, unyielding force that could bend but never break. Yet, as they stood at the precipice of the unknown, a nagging thought persisted, clawing at the depths of their resolve: would their friendship withstand the weight of the world, or would it crumble under the relentless march of fate? And just like that, the moment stretched, suspended between the echoes of laughter and the spectre of loss, as the storm surged through Uruk, ready to test the limits of their bond. The forest whispered secrets under a blanket of darkness, shadows flickering like restless spirits. I stood at the precipice, heart pounding, breath shallow, as if the very air were charged with the raw energy of life and death. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, branches clawing at the sky, a tangled mess of bark and leaves, desperate to hold their ground against the encroaching civilization. Every rustle threatened to spill into chaos, every flicker of movement sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. Why did we come here? Lena's voice cut through the night, quivering but fierce, like a wounded animal ready to fight. Her eyes, wide and glistening in the moonlight, betrayed a desperation that gripped my heart. She was a warrior in her own right, but here, in the heart of the wild, she felt like a child lost in a labyrinth of giants. I told you, this is where it ends, I whispered back, the weight of my words heavy in the stillness. We need to confront it, Lena. We can't run anymore. I remembered the stories, they seeped into my thoughts like the damp earth beneath my feet. Tales of a world where nature was both a cradle and a cradle robber, nurturing yet merciless. Civilization had promised safety, warmth, a structure to contain our wildest impulses, but at what cost? The wild had become a ghost, haunting every corner of our manicured lives, reminding us of the primal rhythm we had silenced. Hold on, I said, breaking the tension, squeezing Lena's hand, feeling her pulse race like a caged bird. The ground trembled underfoot, the echoes of distant thunder rumbled, a reminder of the storm brewing in our lives and the very skies above. Did you hear that? Her voice quivered, a mix of fear and defiance. I nodded, the dread settling in my stomach like a lead weight. It wasn't just a storm, it was the growl of something far more sinister, the haunting spectre of nature reclaiming its territory, reminding us that we were mere intruders. Behind us, the flickering lights of the city glimmered like false stars, a cruel mockery of the constellation above. I could feel its oppressive weight, the hum of engines and the heartbeat of thousands marching in synchrony, oblivious to the wild pulse of life just beyond their reach. Civilization had tethered us, but it also lured us into a deep and numbing slumber. Are we really ready for this? Lena's voice was soft now, almost a plea. Her vulnerability ignited a fire within me, an urgency to protect, to reclaim what we had lost. What if it fights back? What if the wild is too wild? We won't know unless we face it. I turned, meeting her gaze. I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the memories of our quiet lives battling with the call of the untamed. It was the same struggle that had waged war within me, a riptide of longing and fear. The howling wind picked up, spiraling through the trees like a banshee, a reminder that we were not alone. The forest was alive, breathing, pulsing with ancient secrets, and we stood at its mercy. Then, a crack shattered the night. A branch snapped, and all at once, the shadows surged forward, merging into one consuming darkness. My heart raced as the adrenaline surged. This was it. The moment we had sought, the confrontation we had evaded for too long. But in that moment of clarity, I caught a glimpse of something, an eye reflecting the moonlight, fierce and wild, piercing straight through my soul. It was a creature born of the forest, a testament to the raw power we had long forgotten. The tension in the air shifted, thickened. Nature was not just a backdrop but a living, breathing entity, standing guard over its sacred territory. Run! I shouted, and we tore through the underbrush, feet pounding against the earth, the primal rhythm echoing in our chests. The sounds of the city faded, engulfed by the whispers of the trees, and I felt the surge of life, electric, untamed, and intoxicating. Each branch that whipped against my skin was a reminder of the choice we had made, a decision to step away from the comforts of civilization and into the chaos of the wild. Lena was beside me, her breath mingling with the cool night air, a rhythm we shared, a heartbeat of rebellion against the cosmic order. The brush closed in around us, leaves brushing against our skin like hesitant fingers. Every rustle, every snap of a twig was a ghostly reminder of what lay behind us and what awaited us ahead. The darkness thickened, and suddenly, all was still. We paused, panting in the silence, hearts racing, adrenaline fading to a nervous hum. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting, watching, and in that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. This was not just about survival, it was a reckoning, an awakening to the truth that the wild did not merely exist outside our city walls, it was a part of us, buried under layers of concrete and chaos. I remember, I murmured, echoing the thoughts that clawed their way into my mind. I remember lying beneath the stars, feeling the earth breathe with me, knowing I was part of something greater. Lena's gaze softened, caught in the delicate web of memories and dreams, each thread a reminder of what we had forsaken. And when did we forget? She whispered, the question hanging in the air, potent and alive. Maybe we didn't forget, I replied, but chose the safe over the wild. The predictable over the unknown. A rustle broke the silence, a movement in the shadows, a promise of confrontation. We turned, breath catching in our throats as the adrenaline surged once more. This was the moment when civilization would clash with the wild, when two worlds would collide, and the outcome was uncertain. The forest was a cradle and a grave, it could nurture or destroy, but one thing was clear, we were no longer just observers. We were part of the story now, caught in the tension of nature versus civilization, and the stakes had never been higher. In the pulse of the night, under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, we stood on the brink, ready to confront what lay ahead, a haunting, terrifying, beautiful reckoning. The wild was not just a force to be feared but a truth to be embraced, an echo of our own unkempt souls, and as the shadows loomed closer, I felt an awakening within me, a fierce desire to reclaim the wildness I had lost. I took a step forward, heart racing, breath steady, ready to meet whatever came next. This was the moment. And we were ready. The air hangs thick with tension, a suffocating weight that coils around the heart, squeezing tighter with every pulse. Darkness envelops the city of Uruk, shadows dance like frightened children, flickering against ancient stones. A single breath punctuates the silence, a sharp intake, filled with dread. I remember that moment, standing before the gates, the messenger of death hovering just outside, whispering promises of glory and doom. Gilgamesh stands there, a titan of a man, muscles taut with the burden of kingship and the shadow of mortality. His face, usually fierce and proud, is etched with uncertainty. He is a lion, yes, but one that senses the encroaching darkness, threatening, inevitable. What is the worth of 1,000 victories, he murmurs, if I shall lose them all to the grave? Each word trembles like a note played on a taut string, vibrating with the resonance of raw emotion. Beside him, Enkidu, wild and unrefined, embodies the contradiction of man and nature. His eyes, once filled with the rage of untamed freedom, now soften with the weight of impending loss. We are but fleeting shadows in the tapestry of this world, he says, voice low and trembling. A hero born from Earth, now bound to a destiny written in the stars, a path that they both chose, and yet never truly understood. Together they stand, caught in a moment suspended in time. The air is thick with the scent of impending violence, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the sweetness of night-blooming flowers. It's a cruel juxtaposition, the beauty of Uruk against the darkness gathering within the hearts of its greatest champions. I can feel it, the pulse of the city thrumming beneath their feet, the anxiety of the people wrapped around them like a shroud. The sun has not yet risen, but in this frozen moment, dawn feels like a distant memory, an unreachable dream. Every heartbeat echoes like a war drum, a reminder of the battle ahead. Gilgamesh, his voice a deep growl, speaks of honor and glory, of legends that will be sung through the ages. But I can see it, the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he clenches his fists as if trying to hold on to the very essence of life itself. The tension between ambition and fear, pride and vulnerability, stretches taut like a bowstring ready to snap. Enkidu, my brother, he says, the words thick with unspoken love, if we fail, let it be known that we face the darkness together. The promise hangs between them like a fragile thread, a bond forged in the heat of battle yet tempered by the chill of mortality. Enkidu's gaze hardens, defiance igniting within him, a flame that could light the darkest night. Together, then, he replies, and in that simple affirmation, worlds collide. They are warriors, yes, but they are also human, each grappling with the monstrous weight of their own fears. The night swells with possibilities, with echoes of battles fought and the ghosts of those who fell before them. I remember the stories, the way they danced around the firelight, tales of a king and his companion seeking immortality in a world that spares none. But every step forward feels like a step toward oblivion, shadows whispering doubts that claw at their resolve. Then, the storm breaks. An eerie stillness fills the air as they face the monstrous beast, the guardian of Cedar Forest, terror incarnate. The ground shakes beneath their feet, the very earth trembling in fear. Gilgamesh, with his heart pounding like a war drum, charges forward, sword raised high. I can see the conflict within him, the desire to conquer, to prove his worth, battling against the instinct to run, to hide beneath the safety of the night. Hold fast, Enkidu, he shouts, a rallying cry that rends the air, pulling the weight of history along with it. It echoes through the trees, reverberating like thunder. In that moment, he becomes the embodiment of heroism. But heroism is not without sacrifice, and I can feel the tide of fate swirling ominously around them. As they clash with the beast, a maelstrom of violence erupts, their bodies intertwining with the creature's fury. Each strike is a testament to their bond, but with every blow dealt, I sense the price they pay. Enkidu fights with the wild grace of a creature born of the earth, fierce and untamed. Yet, in each movement, there's an undercurrent of something deeper, a longing for something lost, something unreachable. Fight for us, brother! Gilgamesh roars, but those words barely mask the fear threatening to swallow him whole. An instant later, the beast lunges, and I see the moment stretch infinitely, time bending, the air thick with dread. A single heartbeat, a gasp. Enkidu is knocked to the ground, the weight of the world crashing down. In that heartbeat, everything shatters. I can see the terror in Gilgamesh's eyes, the realization that to be a hero is to live with the ghost of sacrifice. A scream erupts from him, a primal sound that pierces the night and reverberates through the very fabric of the cosmos. It is a heart-wrenching sound that echoes through the ages, a cry of loss that will not be forgotten. And in that moment, as Enkidu's body lies still, the realization washes over me, the cruel irony that heroism often demands the greatest sacrifice. Gilgamesh stands alone, a giant draped in shadows, a king surrounded by the ghosts of his choices. The city, once alive with dreams, now feels like a mausoleum, the weight of their struggles pressing down like a shroud. As darkness envelops them, I hear the echoes of their laughter, the wild freedom of their youth, a reminder that life once thrived between those ancient walls. But now, it is a haunting refrain, echoing through the corridors of time. Gilgamesh, driven by grief and rage, steps into the darkness, seeking answers, seeking a way to defy the fate that looms above them all. And so, the cycle continues. He is a hero, a flawed, tormented, beautiful soul caught in the endless dance of mortality. The night stretches on, and the universe watches, breathless, as he plunges deeper into the abyss, searching for redemption, searching for meaning in the sacrifice that defines what it means to be truly alive. The moon hung low, a silent witness cloaked in shadows, its silver light spilling over the ancient city of Uruk, illuminating the stone walls that had watched time whisper its secrets. I stood at the edge of the great wall, heart pounding, breath hot against the cool night air. This night, one of grief, trembled with the weight of destiny. The sound of distant wailing pierced the air like a sharp blade, echoing the anguish that clawed at my own chest. I remember Enkidu, my brother born of silence and soil, the wild man who taught me the meaning of friendship, the rawness of life. I remember his laughter, how it filled the air like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath our feet as we raced through the cedar forests. But now, his laughter is replaced by the haunting memory of his breath, shallow and ragged, slipping away like grains of sand in an hourglass. The gods have taken him, their cruel hands grasping, squeezing life from him until he was nothing but a husk, a ghost sitting before me, eyes glazed with the fog of departure. Gilgamesh, he whispered, a name heavy with finality, a name that echoed in the corridors of my mind like a tolling bell. I felt the warmth of his hand, once so strong, now frail and trembling against mine. I clung to it, each heartbeat thrumming with the realization, mortality is a disease that infects all, a shadow lurking in every corner of our triumphs. Don't go, I begged, voice wavering, a desperate plea that tasted like ash. In that moment, the truth struck deeper than any blade, every warrior falls, every king meets the same fate. It filled my heart with a cold dread, a realization that gnawed at the edges of my soul. I was not destined for immortality, my empire was built on mortality's grim foundation. And then it happened. The moment that would haunt my dreams, the moment that turned my world to dust. I watched as Enkidu's vitality flickered, a candle snuffed out by an unseen hand. I felt the weight of eternity crashing down around me, a shroud sewn from sorrow and loss. Grief wrapped around my heart, a serpent constricting tighter, each breath a struggle, each thought a reminder of my own fragile existence. Why? I shouted into the void, the question clawing at the skies, demanding answers from the indifferent stars. Why must we suffer? But the moon and stars remained silent, their beauty mocking in its permanence. I was left alone, a king without a crown, a warrior stripped of his purpose. I wandered the streets of Uruk, the city I had built with my own hands, each stone whispering tales of my glory. But the tales felt hollow now, echoing like ghosts in the night. The people moved about their lives, their laughter ringing in my ears like a cruel joke, a reminder of what I had lost. I saw their faces, their joys, their fleeting moments filled with love and laughter. I envied them, each heart beating with unawareness of the abyss that awaited us all. Then there was Ninsun, my mother, a goddess wrapped in the guise of a woman. I found her in the temple, her eyes glistening like the night sky, filled with a sorrow that matched my own. "You must accept it, my son," she said, her voice trembling like a willow caught in the wind. "Mortality is the gift of the gods. Without it, there is no life, no love. Embrace your legacy." Legacy. The word hung between us like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. What was a legacy but a shadow, a fleeting memory left in the hearts of those who remain? The thought clawed at me. The fear of being forgotten, of becoming nothing more than a whisper in the wind, pressed upon my chest like a weight too great to bear. I remember the night I ventured forth to find Utnapishtim, the one who had tasted immortality. The journey was fraught with peril, each step a confrontation with the spectre of despair. The mountains loomed like giants, their peaks cloaked in a shroud of mist that seemed to mock me. "What do you seek, Gilgamesh?" the wind seemed to whisper, a taunting echo in my ears. "Do you wish to defy the gods?" I found him, the keeper of secrets, in a land untouched by time, and my heart raced with hope. "Teach me," I implored, desperate to grasp at the threads of eternity, to weave my spirit into the fabric of the cosmos. But he, too, wore the burden of understanding. "You seek what cannot be achieved. Mortality defines us, it is the fire that fuels our existence. Without it, life loses its meaning." With each word, I felt my heart fracture, a mirror splintering into 1,000 pieces. I stood at the precipice of despair, teetering on the edge of madness. The truth was a roaring tide, crashing against the shore of my sanity. I remember the moment of clarity, the acceptance that washed over me like a cold wave. I saw the beauty in the transient nature of existence. The laughter, the tears, the fleeting moments, the very essence of being. It was then that I understood, my legacy would not be carved in stone or sung in epic tales. It would live in the hearts of those I loved, a flicker ignited in the depths of their memories. As I returned to Uruk, the city seemed to breathe differently. The laughter of the people sang a bittersweet refrain, a reminder of what was and what could be. I walked among them, my heart heavy yet lighter, each beat a pulse of acceptance. Mortality was not the end, it was the beginning of a new understanding, a lesson wrapped in the fabric of life itself. With every step, I felt my soul intertwine with the souls of those around me, each heartbeat a testament to our shared struggles. I had found my answer, woven into the very tapestry of existence. I was Gilgamesh, yes, a king, a warrior, but also a man, flawed, aching, and ultimately, alive in my mortality. And as I gazed upon the faces of my people, I knew, though we all would fade into shadows, our stories would echo forever in the hearts we touched. And so, the night deepened, the moon shrouded by clouds, but I walked on, unafraid of the darkness. My legacy was not a monument, but a shared breath, a flame flickering in the night, a promise that life, in all its fleeting beauty, would endure. The moon hung low, a dim spectre in the ink-black sky, casting a silvery light over the ancient city of Uruk. I stand on the weathered stones of a crumbling wall, heart racing, breath shallow. The night is thick with the scent of earth and sweat, and an inexplicable tension crackles in the air like the electric hum of a storm brewing just beyond sight. Inside these walls, the echoes of Gilgamesh's name reverberate, a phantom of a king, a warrior straddling both divinity and mortality. I remember, oh, how I remember, the moment I first heard his name, a whisper as chilling as the winter wind, yet as exhilarating as the first rays of dawn. In the shadows, the figure of Enkidu flickers, wild and untamed, a man born of the earth. His eyes, pools of feral intensity, reflect the struggles of a soul caught between two worlds, one of nature, wild and free, and the other, a gilded cage of civilized laws and expectations. He was forged in the rawness of existence, a creature of primal instincts, awakening to the vulnerability that comes with friendship and the burden of mortality. I will fight for you, Gilgamesh, he growls, voice thick with an urgency that churns in my gut. But behind that promise lies a fear, dark and gnawing, the fear of losing oneself in the quest for glory, for love, for something ephemeral. The city is alive, a cacophony of voices, laughter mingled with cries of despair. It pulses with the heartbeat of humanity, each thump echoing the age-old struggle against the relentless passage of time. I remember, I murmur, my own heart a prisoner of the past, of a tale that has woven itself into the very fabric of existence. It speaks of mortality, the haunting spectre that looms over us all, waiting to seize what we hold dear. Gilgamesh, the king who sought immortality, and Enkidu, his steadfast companion, are not merely characters trapped in a story, they are reflections of our deepest fears and desires, a mirror held to our souls. As they confront the monstrous Humbaba, I can feel the tension tightening around my throat, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes at hand. I will not fall. Gilgamesh shouts, determination igniting his once beautiful features into a mask of primal rage. The clash of steel against steel echoes through the valley, a symphony of chaos that dances with the shadows of the night. This moment, this fierce confrontation, is not just a battle against a guardian of the cedar forest, it is a clash against our own fears, of death, of insignificance. The terror is palpable, yet so is the exhilaration. We live for these moments, don't we? But then, in the aftermath, the realization strikes like a thunderbolt. They stand victorious, yet the weight of their triumph is a hollow echo in the vast emptiness of the cosmos. Enkidu, the wild spirit, is fading, his body succumbing to the inevitable decay that comes for us all. I remember the stars, Gilgamesh, he whispers, voice barely a breath, the stories they tell. Ah, those stars, those distant fires that burn across the universe, holding the secrets of existence within their shimmering light. They remind us of our place in the world, fleeting, fragile, and achingly beautiful. With Enkidu's death, a shard of ice slices through Gilgamesh's heart, and the city of Uruk falls silent. The echoes of laughter are drowned by the heavy weight of loss. Gilgamesh, once a warrior, now a wanderer, searches for answers in the desolate expanse of the world. What is the purpose? He cries, voice breaking like waves upon the shore. And here, in this moment of despair, I sense the pulse of literature itself, the way this ancient tale shapes the very foundation of human thought, a thread that weaves through time. Think of it, the Epic of Gilgamesh is a prism through which later cultures refract their own struggles and triumphs. The Greeks, with their tragic heroes, the Romans with their relentless pursuit of glory, they all echo Gilgamesh's journey. The shadows of his quest stretch into the hearts of poets and playwrights long after the ink has dried on the clay tablets. Each line reverberates through history, each verse a heartbeat in the collective consciousness. I remember, oh, how I remember, the feeling of reading those words, their weight pressing down on my chest like a stone, heavy with significance. But the tale does not end here, it spirals outward, a web of connections that binds us all. The themes of friendship, mortality, and the quest for meaning resonate in the hearts of those who dare to confront the spectre of existence. From the Bible's solemn stories to the fierce tales of Beowulf, from Shakespeare's tragic figures to the anguished cries of modern literature, the legacy of Gilgamesh permeates our very essence. In the silence that follows Enkidu's passing, Gilgamesh stands at the edge of the world, contemplating the vastness stretched before him. The clock ticks in the background, a reminder that time is both a friend and an enemy. Each tick reverberates in the hollow chambers of his heart, a ghostly echo of every moment he has lost. I will carve my name into the stone, he vows. But what does it matter? The stone will crumble, the name will fade, and the stars will continue to burn, indifferent to the struggles of man. Yet in this despair, there lies a glimmer of hope, a flicker of understanding. The essence of being human is not in escaping death, but in embracing our shared experiences, our joys, and, ultimately, our grief. With every word penned, every story told, we reach across the chasm of time. As the shadows deepen and the night wraps around me like a shroud, I find myself clinging to the threads of this ancient tale. Gilgamesh's journey is not just his own, it is ours too. Each step he takes reverberates through our own hearts, echoing the cries of those who have walked this earth before us. The story isn't over. No, it will never be over. It continues to pulse and resonate, a living, breathing testament to the shared human experience, a haunting melody that lingers long after the last note has been played. And so, I stand here, on the precipice of Uruk, beneath the indifferent gaze of the cosmos, my heart aching with the knowledge that the whispers of Gilgamesh will never truly fade. They will follow us, haunt us, inspire us. And in that, I find solace. I remember standing on the precipice of an ancient ruin, the stones whispering secrets of past lives, shuddering under the weight of time and destiny. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, as if history itself was exhaling a breath long held. It was twilight, the hour when shadows stretch and twist, blurring the line between reality and the dreams that haunt us. In that fading light, 3 figures emerged, each carrying the weight of their own battles, their souls etched with scars that told stories of longing, fear, and resilience. Ishtar, with her wild hair capturing the wind like flames, stood trembling, uncertainty gripping her heart, a warrior not of sword but of spirit. She had spent too long chained to the expectations of a world that demanded perfection, a world where her voice seemed to drown in the roars of her father's ambitions. "I am not a pawn," she whispered to the crumbling stones, but the echoes of silence mocked her. Each step she took resonated with the beat of her heart, a relentless drum heralding her struggle against a fate not of her choosing. Across from her, Luca clenched his fists, anger pulsing through his veins like molten lava threatening to erupt. He wore his pain like a second skin, the betrayal of a brother, the gnawing emptiness of being deemed unworthy. The crown he never wanted felt like a noose, tightening with each passing day. "They will see me," he vowed, the dark intensity of his gaze burning through the twilight. But the shadows around him were cruel, whispers of doubt swirling in a tempest inside his mind. He felt trapped, a shadow of the man he could have been, tethered to a legacy that had already poisoned the soil beneath his feet. And then there was Myra, who had learned to hide her tears behind a smile, a facade so bright it could blind the stars. She wanted to scream, to unleash the torrent of emotions that swirled within her like a maelstrom. Why can't they see, she thought, the frustration clawing at her insides. She felt like a ghost in her own life, forever searching for a place to belong. The laughter of her friends echoed in her ears, but it was a hollow sound, a reminder of the isolation that consumed her. In that moment, under the oppressive weight of twilight, she felt the crushing reality of her solitude. But the night was pregnant with tension, the air crackling like the first spark of an impending storm. Each of them stood at the cusp of a confrontation, a reckoning that promised to shake the very foundations of their lives. The world around them was thick with symbolism, the moon hung low, a harbinger of change, while the city below thrummed with a restless energy, unaware of the tempest brewing among its shadows. I remember, Ishtar's voice broke the silence, each word a fragile truth that threatened to shatter. I remember the dreams I had, of a world unbound by chains, where love was not a weapon and hope was not an illusion. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the yearning evident in the quiver of her lips. She took a step forward, daring the night to embrace her vulnerability. It was terrifying and liberating all at once, this shedding of her facade, this raw honesty that surged through her veins like wildfire. Luca responded with a fierce intensity. I remember the moment I chose to fight back, he growled, the darkness of his past swirling within him. The moment I realized that power is not just a crown, it's a choice, a defiance against the chains that bind us. Each syllable resonated, a declaration against the oppressive weight of expectation. He could feel the fire igniting within him, a promise to carve his own path, to ignite change even if it meant facing the demons lurking in the shadows. And Myra, caught in the crossfire of their raw emotion, felt something stir within her. "I remember the laughter that once filled my heart," she murmured, her voice a haunting melody. "But now, it's like a ghost, whispering of what could have been." Each word dripped with melancholy, yet it was a flicker of hope, an acknowledgement that perhaps, in this moment of chaos, she could reclaim her voice, her story. As the night deepened, the air crackled with unspoken truths. They stood together, three souls united by scars and dreams, their hearts echoing with a rhythm that transcended time. Each heartbeat was a pulse of defiance against a world that sought to silence them, a world where the echoes of ancient epics lingered, demanding to be heard anew. Time felt like a phantom, bending and twisting, shaping their lives in ways they could not comprehend. The city lights flickered like stars rebelling against the darkness, reminding them that even in the depths of despair, there remained a flicker of hope. They were characters in a grand narrative, caught in the threads of fate, yet the realization surged within them, a narrative could be rewritten. In that charged moment, they felt the weight of their choices. They understood that modern interpretations of their epic were not mere reflections of the past, but a call to arms, a challenge to rise against the constraints of a world steeped in tradition, a world that often seemed indifferent to the cries of the unseen. The echoes of their voices intertwined, creating a tapestry of hope and defiance. "We will not be silenced," they declared, a mantra that reverberated through the night. "We will rise from the ashes of expectation and forge a new legacy." Each breath they took was heavy with possibility, a promise that reverberated through the very fabric of their existence. And as the moon rose, casting its silvery glow upon them, they felt the weight of the world shift, the air humming with the promise of change. They were no longer bound by the chains of their past, they were warriors of their own narratives, ready to confront the shadows that had haunted them for too long. In that moment, they understood, the epic was not just a tale of old, it was woven into the very essence of their being. Each emotion, each conflict was the heartbeat of the present, a reminder that the past, with all its pain and beauty, was merely a stepping stone into a future yet unwritten. And as they stood together, against the backdrop of a city that pulsed with life, they became the architects of their own destinies, a revelation that surged through them, raw, powerful, and unstoppable. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a reminder of ancient battles, of gods and men entwined in a dance of fate. I stood there, heart racing, as the storm clouds gathered above me, thick and swirling, echoing the tumult within. In the hushed stillness, I could hear the whispers of the past, Gilgamesh, a king forged in the flames of ambition, his breath heavy with the weight of destiny. His shadow loomed large, a testament to both glory and despair, an echo that reverberated through the ages. I remember the way he stood atop the towering walls of Uruk, the very stones bearing witness to his arrogance and his sorrow. He was a man of contradictions, invincible yet vulnerable, his eyes held the fierce brightness of a dying sun, igniting the hearts of his people with inspiration and terror. I could feel the pulse of his ambition, a throbbing heartbeat that resonated in my own chest. He sought immortality, but what he found was something far more haunting, the truth of his own mortality. And there was Enkidu, wild and untamed, a creature of the wilderness, born from the earth itself. His spirit, unshackled and free, collided with Gilgamesh in a cataclysm of fury and friendship. They fought, two titans clashing, but in that battle, they found something deeper, an understanding woven from the frayed threads of humanity. With every punch, every shout, they tore down the walls that separated them, revealing the raw, vulnerable flesh beneath. I remember Enkidu's laughter, echoing off the walls of Uruk, a sound both joyous and tragic, like the tinkling of shattered glass. But the laughter faded, swallowed by the darkness that loomed, a spectre of death. The news came on the wings of the night, Enkidu was gone. A bolt of lightning struck my heart, a visceral jolt, as Gilgamesh fell to his knees, howling at the moon, the anguish of 1,000 lifetimes clawing at his throat. I remember, he cried, the taste of his friendship, the warmth of his voice. Each syllable tore through the silence, a raw, unfiltered scream against the inevitability of loss. The world around him turned to ashes, the skies wept for a friendship that had burned too brightly. Gilgamesh, consumed by grief, wandered into the wilderness, chasing shadows, seeking the secret of immortality as if it could mend his shattered heart. In his quest, he met the immortal flood, Utnapishtim, who spoke in riddles and echoes of the past. "What is life?" he whispered, but a fleeting dream. A candle flickering in the breath of the cosmos. Those words lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken truths, like the scent of rain on parched earth. The river, winding and elusive, carried away his hopes and dreams, a relentless current that gnawed at his soul. I remember the moment he grasped the futility of his quest, a dawning realization that left him hollow, a ghost wandering among the living. Yet, it was his very struggle that breathed life into the stories that followed. The echoes of Gilgamesh resounded in the whispers of the Iliad and the Odyssey, where heroes clashed, driven by the same fire that burned within him. Achilles and Odysseus, flawed, complex, eternally searching for meaning, their narratives intertwined with the ancient king's cry for understanding. What does it mean to be human? The threads of Gilgamesh wove themselves into the fabric of myth, a tapestry that embraced the fears and desires of every soul who dared to dream. The echoes of his journey pulsed through the ages, shaping the legends of gods and mortals alike. Even in the darkest corners of literature, his haunting cry lingered, a chilling reminder that all who seek immortality must first confront their own humanity. I remember standing in the ruins of ancient cities, the weight of history pressing down like a heavy cloak. The stories of Gilgamesh seeped through the cracked stones, their whispers weaving into the fabric of time. Every mural, every inscription told of a king who sought, who lost, who ultimately found solace not in eternal life, but in the very act of living, in the fleeting moments that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. And perhaps this is the heart of it all, the realization that the epic's influence is not merely in the grandeur of its narrative, but in the raw, unfiltered emotions that echo through the ages. In every chase for glory, every battle against fate, Gilgamesh lives on, a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our own fears. The shadows of his past entwine with our present, pulling us into a vortex of longing and loss. As I stood there, the storm began to fade, leaving a silence that resonated like a heartbeat. The tension hung in the air, a promise of what was yet to come. In that moment, I realized that the legacy of Gilgamesh was not merely a tale of one man. It was an eternal echo of the human experience, a pulse that throbbed through our very souls, a reminder that to be mortal is to feel, to love, to lose, to yearn for something beyond ourselves. The city lay quiet now, but the shadows danced in the moonlight, whispering secrets of a past forever intertwined with the future. And I knew, with an almost bone-deep certainty, that the story of Gilgamesh would continue to weave through every narrative, every myth yet to be born. His journey was not an ending but rather a beginning, a cycle of existence, a haunting melody that would never truly fade. Time would march on, but the heart of Gilgamesh would beat on, echoing through the ages, reminding us all of the beauty and the sorrow of being alive.